Yeah. All of a sudden I feel. You tell me when this.
You can start anytime. We're already rolling.
Okay, very good. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and start. It's 9 o'clock. And I'm a retired teacher, so you know we're gonna start on time. So my name is Susan Van Allen. If you are on Facebook and you read the Erlbacher group page, then you'll find this funny because when Grayson posted about this class, she called me the famous Susan Van Allen. So I know, I am elevated now to the famous Susan Van Allen. So, uh-oh. Hi. So this class is all about sharing. One of my favorite things in life is to share the fun things I find, or my book club calls it my favorite things. And I love collecting ideas and hacks and tricks and tips. And so last year, Grayson asked me if I would teach a class on tips and tricks for beginners. So I'm assuming this is gonna sort of be like for dummies. I'm assuming that you're all beginners, and if you're not a beginner, hopefully you'll get a little gem of something, a little nugget of something out of class. I find that that happens to me regardless of what class I'm in. I always walk away with something special. So my plan is to sort of knit a pretend sock as I talk about how I approach different techniques. And I will be talking about the things on your handout and in your goodie bag. Diane and I packed your goodie bags with the most expensive tools we could find. So you know, a lot of them are just things I reached for. I had a need and I had them in my house and found that they work. So forgive me for checking notes. All righty. So the things that are in your goodie bag that I might not be on your handout. I will be talking about the stitch markers. That's a huge part of my process, my knitting process. I use them as crutches for all kinds of things. And the pencil wrap or pencil grip, I put on my Addy pick. And it makes a world of difference to me when I'm holding my Addy pick. So that's in there. And, you know, the dollar store is my best friend. You can get those at the dollar store if you want more of those. The coffee stirrer, I'll talk about that now because I'm not going to demonstrate that on my sock. The coffee stirrer is for people who like to do E-wraps. When you do an E-wrap, you are wrapping the needles with the yarn. And if you have to get close to the needles with your fingers, a lot of times that's a little awkward. So the coffee stirrer, if you slit it and you work your yarn into it, then you can be wrapping from up here instead of down here. Okay, now that is brilliant, and it's not my idea. You know, like I told you, I'm a gatherer. So this is one of the better tips that that's been passed on to me.
Joyce knits is always.
I'm about to tell you about that. You betcha. Thank you for contributing that.
He's tweaking the design though.
He told me he's doing it out of a different material so he could do different colors and it's not quite as flexible as this one. So this is the same kind of tool that Joyce's
Joyce
Joyce Knits and Sews has developed this little tool. And I'm telling you, so you turn this little handle at the top and it has an opening for you to slide your yarn in. And then you turn it and it locks the yarn in there.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then now he gave me this one yesterday and he told me this one's a little flexible, which shouldn't make any difference. You're only guiding yarn. But he's making it out of a stronger material that's a little more rigid and so that he could also do colors. He said they are going to be $7 and he will print them here while you're here. So I know they are. That is awesome. So what else is in your bag? Stitch markers,
Marker.
toothpicks. Oh, toothpicks. Yeah. I'm hoping I don't have to demonstrate that. When I was a beginner,
Yeah.
I would often drop 10 stitches at a time. And then you freak out and how do I hold on to those? How do I keep them from? And I reached for toothpicks and I stuck toothpicks in each of those stitches to keep them from pulling out. Because as you reattach those stitches, you are yanking on the yarn and pulling it out of the other next door stitch. So I would stick toothpicks in there to hang on to them. They're the perfect tool because they have that enough resistance that they're not going to slide out of the yarn.
Could have used these yesterday.
Well, I have a bunch more in the box if you need some more. I'll give you a little hint. When I was traveling, I had this little box and my toothpicks, I thought, oh, if I break them in half, they'll fit in the box better and I'll still be able to use them. Broken in half doesn't work as well. You have to get your fingers too close to the work to hold it in place and to stretch the stitch out to get your latch hook in there. And so a whole toothpick is better than a half a toothpick. So, okay. Okay, that's it. So, the stitch holders, I gave you two styles of stitch holders. I gave you metal ones and I gave you plastic ones. And in my world, it makes a difference which ones I use because when I'm hand stitching, I don't want those big plastic ones in my way. But when I am pulling up a hung hem, they're the ones I want. So I'm going to do like a little mock sock and talk about my little tips as I go along. And if I skip something, let me know. Okay. All right. So I'm on a 60 cylinder and where is her? She only has every other needle in here. Okay. So I'm just going to walk you through it. Would you run and get my cylinder?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was something I didn't think of when she offered me her cylinder. So anyway, I could just put needles in. Diane,
And I'd be happy if that would help. I can throw some needles in while you're talking.
do you have needles with you?
No.
Okay.
Toothpicks.
Yeah. No, she'll come back to my cylinder. That's, that I should have noticed that when she made that offer to me. Anyway, I'll talk about this while I'm waiting. When you put your bonnet on, you're hanging on every other needle and the bonnet that comes with your machine is all yarn. The yarn wears out eventually. And I found that I was constantly splitting yarn, Well, then I came to my first homecoming and I ran into Jan Dwyer and she makes these bonnets with fishing line at the top. The picot at the top is fishing line. And so you use these once or twice and those little loops just stand at attention. And Diane doesn't even use a pick to put them on. I still do, but they just go on so easily. And I bought this 2 years ago and it is still going strong. So I would recommend that you go see Jan Dwyer. I have another tool of hers that I love too, and she's got them in all different sizes. They are beautifully labeled with the size of the cylinder. I sound like an infomercial, don't I? But she does make a beautiful bonnet. And she said that she told me yesterday when I told her I was going to send 60 people her way. She said that if you think you're interested, buying it here will save you $1 million in postage because she's discovered that she's going to have to charge $1 million in postage. So, okay, will you change while I talk?
Sure, the little round metal hook at the end is so nice when you're just starting and you don't really have enough to catch.
Mm-hmm.
I have lots.
Yeah, she puts a nice ring at the bottom, which works until she doesn't.
She's got wing nuts, but they're on.
so tight. Oh, there goes one. All right.
Yeah, I knew there would be something that would really make me look professional.
And this is it.
I loosen the other.
Get to about those, yes, I'm about to say, I think any style, any of those styles, would it be true, maybe I'm wrong about this, but if one of the loops breaks or is cut, you can reach down and just.
Yes.
Was a great discovery, or I heard that's true.
Oh, no, it is you. That's a great tip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you say?
If you have a loop, when you're putting your cast on bonnet on, if you have a loop that breaks, you can just reach down for another stitch further down and use a stitch that's in a row, another row.
Yeah.
Yeah. But don't we all want pretty? I mean, this is so pretty. So, and if you're inclined to make your own, my favorite fishing line is 80-pound braided fishing line. It is nice and strong, and it's not too wiry, but it's sturdy. Are we having an issue?
No, I'm just here.
Okay. Okay, I can feel my face get red.
See, all the things you plan for, it never goes as you.
I know, and I knew there was something.
Never.
You know, it just never occurred to me that.
I hope I got your cylinder in the way you like it.
Yeah, perfect,
Okay.
perfect. Now you
But
show my
it-
mark.
It can only go so many ways, so, yeah, your pin's up front.
Thank you, Diane. You're my hero. Oh, while she's doing that, I can tell you about
We're
these.
almost ready.
Um,
Just get it in.
I didn't want to put holes in my, even though it already has holes. I didn't want to put holes in my Erlbacher table, so I came up with an idea for hanging my heel weights on these big binder clips on my table.
That's very smart.
It works beautifully. And obviously it's portable. So I can go from my kitchen table to here to, and it didn't add any weight to my suitcase. I have to be careful because my suitcase weighed 46 pounds when I came, so.
And when you take
You know how
them off your
close-
table-
Hmm?
When you take them off your table, if you switch them and put it over the points of the little ports, it'll keep it from catching stuff in your luggage or your storage. So take
You're
one
gonna
off,
have to show me that.
take one off, take your clip off. Now, take your clips, put your clip down over the fork part. And
Like so.
okay.
Okay. I'm slow, but I catch on. So you mean to actually clip this like this?
Brilliant. Good deal. Oh, yeah, that is.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Okay. One-
Yeah, the styrofoam keeps breaking, so, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if any of the rest of you have to fly with your machines, but Diane and I come from Nevada and we fly with our machines, and we have found a little suitcase, it's called a Biaggi suitcase, and it fits under the seat and the whole machine fits in it. And it's hard-sided, and I mean, it is just, it's like it's made for the job. And then inside, we wrap our camera or our machine parts in camera wraps. They make special wraps for cameras to protect them, and
How do you spell that name?
Biaggi.
That's usually about it, in your, cylinder.
Yes. The only thing we don't put in there is the pokey things that we put in our checked luggage, but everything fits in there. It's kind of a little miracle. If you come by our table, we'll show you that bag, and you won't believe that the whole machine fits in there, especially with padded wraps around everything. But it all does. It's like a little puzzle. It all fits in there. So, okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So now I will get going. So all the things I was going to talk about while I was doing this are covered, I think. So what I'm going to do while I am loading is ask you to share your favorite tips and tricks. And I'm going to start with Kathy.
Um, I struggled with lighting for my machine and spent so much money on the hot lights and all that stuff. And I ended up getting, and I've seen others, in fact, I probably saw first time at one of the crank-ins, a little light that attaches onto my table with the clip that has a magnifying, it's round. It has a magnifying glass in the middle. I got it from Amazon for probably $20 or less. I busted out the magnifying glass, and so I can run my yarn right up through the middle. And before I did, just a word of caution, before I took the magnifying glass out, I had it sit my machine sits in front of a window.
Oh.
And I was in the other room and I kept walking through and I saw smoke like coming up from my table and I'm like, so science class is right. Light through a magnifying glass will set wood on fire. So I have a burn mark on the top of my table, but it works better now that I took the thing out anyway, the magnifying glass out anyway, because it just, the yarn goes right up through
Right
there and
through there.
it's perfect. And I can move it up and down and it's a great, cheap way to be
Yeah.
able to really see good.
Great tip. Great tip. Okay, all right, so I'm going to interrupt the tips and explain how I load, because like I told you, this class is the Cranking for Dummies class, so I'm going to assume you know nothing. I use braided cord as a rip cord in between my waist yarn and my bonnet and my project yarn. And so I load it, whoops. God, that feels so strange to use someone else's machine. Okay, so I load it. Can you see where my needle number 1 is? Right there. I'm wiggling it. I'm loading it in front of needle number 1. I have not put any weights on yet. I just hold my bonnet from below and this is tucked down in my bonnet, so that is in my grip as well. And I take a couple of stitches and then I put the weights on. Okay, and now I'm gonna come around far enough that the rest of my needles have come up, because one of the things that confounded me the most when I first started cranking was the fact that these needles are up and these needles are down, but if I keep cranking around, then I lose these stitches and all of that. So that's why I'm being so specific here. Now, I don't want to take my weights on and off, so I'm just going to lift my weights from below and continue to put my bonnet on. I use all 3 of my weights all the time. I have them in a bonnet that's cinched at the top so that if I bang them with my knee, I also have my heel weights in a crocheted bonnet so that they don't clank. I guess that must be an issue for me. But anyway, I use 3 weights. A lot of people use only 2 or use a variety of combinations, but I'm a 3 weight person. I'm also a heel spring all the time person. I just have adjusted my tension to accommodate that, and that way I don't oopsie. And I just like the tension I get, the consistent tension. Okay, so I'm going to continue until I get back over to my 3 o'clock mark, my needle number 1. And now this is going to go, I need to go a little further. This is going to go on the other side of needle number 1. So it's kind of sandwiched.
So you're hugging
That needle.
that needle.
Yep, like that. Okay, now my waist yarn is going to boy, it's funny how things are different. Okay. This is going to go in front of needle number 1. So the old yarn that you're getting rid of goes behind needle number one. The new yarn you're adding is going to go in front of needle number one. So needle number one's always going to have a top sheet and a bottom sheet. Okay. Now, a lot of people will put a weight on these tails to keep them from spreading out inside your cylinder because there's no tension on them. And so what I have decided, what I do instead of using a weight is I very slowly take those first couple of stitches. Okay, I'll be right back. And I take the old piece and I insert it into the stitch so that now the old yarn and the new yarn are going to be in stitch number one and they lock together and you don't have to put a weight on them. It's one less thing to fiddle with. Weights are obviously wonderful, but you know what happens to me is when I go to pull my ripcord out, I forget that I have a clip in there and I'm tugging and there's a clip in there. So it's just kind of a way. When you're using the fishing line, it's a little slippy, but you can see it's staying pretty well. When you have two yarns like that, they stay just as snug as a bug. So that works really well for me. I put my heel spring on. I crank a generous amount of waste yarn. And I don't want to cut it, so I just wait till it's gone. Okay. Now, I can't tell you how many times I got to crank in and I realized, oops, it's not going to make it all the way to 3 o'clock. But all you have to do is take another piece of waste yarn, do a faux Russian join, and add it on there. And then you'll get to 3 o'clock. Don't ask me how long it took me to figure that out. Like, I took socks out a lot before I figured that out. Okay, so now my waist yarn is going to come to the back side of my needle number one, and my working yarn will be on the front side of needle number one. And who remembers how I lock my yarns together? Okay, I'll tell you again.
Thanks.
So
You're
you're,
the camera so that we can see it there.
can you? Okay. All righty. So I have these two yarns. One of them is going to be under the latch. One of them is going to be inside the stitch. So I'm just going to change that so that they're both inside the stitch. Well, actually, they both landed there this time. Okay. So see how that locked together?
Susan, I came up with my tip.
Good. You want to do it now before you forget?
Yeah, because it has.
Okay.
So I'm gonna interrupt.
Okay.
So I like to do it that way too. And the reason is I used to, when I do a hung hem, I try and follow the row all the way down so I knew I was getting the hung hem up. Now, when I overlap, I know that that overlap is my first stitch from when I.
Oh,
put
good.
my bonnet on.
Good,
That's
good.
my very first stitch and I can go right from there.
Awesome. That's awesome.
I do that also, and before I crank forward, I always make sure that both yarns are gonna get caught by the flipper, because a lot of times the waste yarn doesn't get caught.
Oh.
I always, because that's just.
Yeah.
like the-
Sometimes I have to open the latch and put
Exactly.
it in.
Exactly.
It depends on how vigilant I've been at keeping track of it. Okay, so now I have a few stitches of my project yarn. I'm going to do a hung hem. And I found when I first started that when I hung my hem, it was stressful to try to find the right stitch to put it up on. It was stressful for me at the end because that last stitch always kind of got buried and I had to guess which of the loops it was. So I started putting, this is why you have colored stitch markers. I started putting stitch markers on these stitches. So stitch number one is going to get color A. And stitch number two is going to get color B. Okay.
And that's the live stitch that's on.
That-
very top.
It's the purl bump.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
it's the purl bump. Yes, there's only one live stitch on there.
Working yarn.
Yes,
Okay.
it's on the working yarn. Okay, so now I'm going to. What the heck? Okay. You didn't hear me say that.
We all free to say it really.
Okay, so now I have finished row 1. And so stitch number 60, I'm going to put a matching one to stitch number 1. They're going to mirror image each other. Okay. Don't ask me why. But okay. Now I'm going to put the same color as stitch number 2 is going to be in stitch number 59. Okay, so now I'm going to,
I'm sorry, I just got here and I apologize for that, but why are we putting stitch markers on?
because when I get ready to hang the hem, I'll show you.
Oh, okay. so
Okay,
this is
you
for-
haven't missed that part. You came in just at the right moment.
Oh, right, okay. I didn't know you were changing that.
You guys didn't remind me to put my. Uh-oh,
That's
I'm
a
not,
lovely machine you're using.
I know. You know what, Sue? It's Sue's machine.
Their cylinders on the floor.
Is the yarn out of the hook at the top of the loop in the front?
Yes.
On your manual?
Oh, yes, it is.
Will you leave that cylinder in it for me? Because I didn't realize I had everything I need one.
You do.
You betcha. You can use it. Yeah. The markings will be different. That was the first thing that freaked me out. Okay. I wonder, do I have a latch? Do I have a funny latch? Okay.
You're going to have to change attention to you again.
No. But I'm on my cylinder, so I should have the right tension adjustment. It sure feels draggy though.
Yeah.
It's getting tighter and
It's tight.
Is it coming out?
Oh, right.
Check your yarn. Your yarns. And
Your
your
yarn's
It's,
carrier.
yeah, the brass part on the bottom. No, right here. Right here. You got something funky happening
oh,
there.
you are so right. Thank you. Sue, why do you have this little extra guide on your?
Because Pete Walt, Oswald put that on there. My yarn was jumping out of the slot.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
And lots of times I'll take. It is. Yeah, it is. Lots of times I'll put a little.
okay. Very good. I gotta hurry while it's working. Okay, so I'm on row 20. Gonna take my weights off. Now I'm gonna reach down there for stitch marker number 1 and plop it onto stitch number 1. Stitch marker number 2 goes on stitch number 2. The other middle one goes on stitch number 60, and this one goes on stitch number 59. And I didn't have to unbury anything. And when I get around to the end, it's, I know exactly how many I have left to put on. I don't have to go, wait, there's no stitches left. That last one's already on. So that's what I use those colored ones for, basically, so. Okay. Now, oh, I'm not gonna put that on just yet. While I am hanging, oh, that doesn't, sorry, I'll be right back.
I kind of whip my glasses up.
Okay, it isn't pretty, but it has to happen.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so while I am hanging this, unless I have to interrupt you with an important bulletin, let's have another tip. Anita, Anita told me this the other day and made my day. This is, holy cow, this is one of those.
Revolutionary.
It is.
It's changed the landscape of circular saw machines. No, it was actually I got from, Connie something, Connie.
It's your tip now, so let's hear it.
It's her tip.
It's yours now.
Oh,
Let's hear it.
So my fingers hurt sometimes when I have to pull a needle forward to access a stitch to like doing a hung hem or something. My fingers hurt. So you take a pen top or something just to put on the needle and pull it.
Yeah, that's remarkable.
I know.
Is that just head slapping?
I have a very, I just got a pen top. Connie used, she had a knee thermometer or something, and a little sleeve on that. So anything rigid, a rigid tube. So would work. You just put it over the needle to help pull it forward.
I have a very similar tip.
She's got delicate fingers. She's not a mom girl.
The first time I needed to do, heel, where you're raising and lowering needles. Lowering needles, not so hard to use your fingers to lower needle, but raising your needle, you constantly poking your tip of your finger. So I had my husband install cup hooks, tiny little cup hooks on the bottom of my latch hook tools. This is perfect for grabbing a needle to pull it out, like what you were describing, or raising and raising needles. Especially if you're gonna do like maybe a lace pattern, which I do occasionally. If you're raising a lot of needles, you can just, and this version that has a very small wooden handle with just a cup hook on the end. Wow. Stay in your hand and you can crank with it in your hand while you're doing lace raised needles, crank, lower needles.
Did he make that for you?
Yeah.
That little tool?
Yeah, could you pass it around so we could get one? I will gladly pass it around as long as I get it back.
So I do have to that because when I use my pick, the little hooked end of the pick to pull it, and then I crank with it in my hand, and I will say that is not a good idea.
Yeah.
If I stab myself in the leg with the. So,
Yeah, yeah.
that's what-
Well, back to Anita's tip. At the business center in the hotel, there's a cup full of free Drury pens. And I grabbed one and I pulled it was like a big pen and I pulled it off because I didn't have anything that I could use Anita's tip for. And I'll look for something pretty because I like pretty, but
I know.
you know, but that worked for me. And I have to say, I like I told you, I use my heel spring all the time, even when I'm casting on for ribbing. And when I'm casting on for ribbing and I have to pull the needle out to put my yarn on my ribbon needle, it's tough because I've used my heel spring. It's excruciating because I've used my heel spring and that is going to save my thumbnail and my finger. Yes, I love that tip so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm about halfway around and I need to raise some more needles, so I'm gonna put my weights back on and just use my hand to lift them when I need to. So I'm going to, okay, this is important. Don't turn your crank without putting your hand inside and holding your stitches down. Because guess how many toothpicks you're gonna need. Okay, so I do it a little at a time so that now I can let go and I can fish for these pearl bumps. I apologize for not using a more contrasting waist yarn because I'm sure it's hard for you to see what I'm grabbing. But I am using the hook part now of my pick tool and I'm pulling my loops over my needles. It's like so. And I'm just holding that weight up with my hand.
That's about the only thing I use that instead the adding tool to do. Otherwise, I'm always using the others.
I use both ends and I use this for this and I use it when I am loading my ribbon needles. Because I have never mastered that. Use the end of the needle, flip it over and load it. I've not gotten smooth at that. So I use this.
I'd like to see that, or are you gonna probably not get to a river today?
No, I'm not doing ribber, but I'm happy if somebody wants to see a really lovely ribbon cast on. I got Melissa's permission to share it, and to share her links. Melissa Ellison Dewey, modified a cast on called Juana's Cast On. And so it's called Juana's Cast On Melissa's Way. And it is the smoothest, tidiest, most durable, has the most recovery of any cast on I've used. And it doesn't have any ruffles at the top. It doesn't have that stretched out look. It is an amazing cast on. Yeah, Diane will pass some samples of it on.
What did you
So-
say her name was?
Juana.
Yeah.
Juana's Cast On Melissa's Way. And Melissa is spelled Milissa.
What's her last name?
Hmm?
What's her last name?
Melissa Ellison Dewey. And she posts on Facebook. She doesn't, that I haven't found a website, but I can give you a link to her files that she put up on Facebook.
The
2.0, okay, all right. So it's the Circular Sock Knitter 2.0 on Facebook. How many of you go on Facebook? I've run into so many people who say I don't do Facebook, and sometimes it's hard to direct them then to some of the information because we share so much of it on Facebook.
Did you
Oh, yeah,
say-
I'm a
say
YouTube addict.
Circular Sock 2.0.
Yeah, Circular Sock Knitter
Yeah, it's in the files section.
2.0.
I think their book now, is that per book? Am I thinking of a-
No, these are files that are on Facebook under Circular Sock Knitters 2.0. And it's in the files section, and her name is Melissa Ellis Dewey, and the cast on is called Juana's Cast On Melissa's Way. Yeah, it is an easy set of instructions to follow. You don't have to do in and out and mark and figure out which needle.
Did you make this?
Yes,
Do you know how many rows per inch you get?
it was a lot.
Because I like the design.
I love that. I think a lot of it had to do with the yarn though.
Yeah.
Because I have a pretty consistent tension I start with. No, I don't use a lot of Lycra.
Do you use a lot of weight?
I always have 3 weights on, always. Yeah. Okay, so, pardon?
Is this a hand dye or is this like one of the big commercial buildings? I wouldn't say commercial, but I'm just saying a big code.
It was not a big one. It was, and it was not a Hank. It was some sort of commercial
What's
yarn.
my dog stock?
Hmm?
What's my dog stock?
8-9.
Okay, well, let me, so I might spread them.
I probably would not remember that I even had them. Okay, so here I am continuing around.
You wouldn't remember me, or you wouldn't?
I wouldn't remember that I'd lost them.
Just gave you submission.
When I put donations in a bag and take them to the Goodwill the next week, I don't even remember what was in there. So, okay, here I am at the end.
I have my.
And I know now that I am done because I already did needle 60 and needle 59. So there's no, do I have another stitch in there somewhere? It's all, yeah. I have a lot of crutches because I want my life to be smooth and easy. And so I like that. Yes, ma'am.
I'm finding tips, so my experience is I put the little, piece of waste yarn,
Uh-huh.
and I put it back into the seam so I don't have to sew it back in.
That's
So
a good
I
idea.
feed it through, I just feed it through that little,
The
little sleeve,
tail.
the little sleeve, yeah. The tail.
Oh, you
The
feed
tail.
that through the yarn guide?
No, I just put it in that little fold.
Little
Before I
pocket.
put that-
So you keep looking.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Okay, that's a good tip. Okay,
I like that.
all right, so
Keep going.
Like leave it in.
We're gonna pretend now that I have cranked 60 rows. My husband likes 90 rows. I like 75 rows. My daughter-in-law likes 70 rows. We're gonna pretend I cranked all that. Okay. So now I am going to stop at 6 o'clock because the needles that I'm gonna raise to create my heel are back here. I create my heels in the back most of the time unless I need to match a stripe or something. So I lift my needles. I create my needles, my heel up here, and I lift these needles. So I'm stopping at 6 o'clock. I stop at 3 o'clock to change yarns. I stop at 6 o'clock for a technique, a process, a piece of work. So, okay. On a heel, the basic instruction is to go from 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock and lift all of the needles in the back. If you have someone who needs extra room or you have some special need of some kind, then you can go extra or you can go fewer. So at my house, 3 is the standard. 1, 2, 3, lift. 1, 2, 3, lift. Now I'm gonna, good.
Because you didn't call on me.
I'm so sorry. Mary Ellen.
I use guitar picks on my fingers because I don't have the nails sometimes.
Guitars too.
So I get the finger guitar picks and then I just always keep one on each finger to lift so I don't get nails in my.
Oh, see,
That's my tip.
I knew I'd pick up some tips. Yep. I knew I'd pick up some tips. Okay, so now in between those two, I'm gonna lift. Obviously not smoothly. And check latches. I check latches every 10 seconds. Okay. Now, here's where I use one place that I use those metal stitch markers that are in your bag. When you are done decreasing and you're on your way back and you're increasing, there's a place, an intersection between the corner of your heel and where you start your sock back on its path up the leg or down the foot. And if you don't do something about it, you'll get a hole. So the method that I have landed on, that I use, I'm sure there are many, is to not stitch the last stitch before I started. Okay, but can I depend on myself to stop in time? No. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this to the back like I'm supposed to, and I'm going to take one of those stitch markers and I'm going to put it on the first needle that I lift. Okay. And then I'm going to lift that needle. I'm going to put, so that I don't forget. I have a story. Of just a second.
Did you just lift 2?
No, did I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Thank you. Okay. I have a funny story. What this reminded me of. I'm going to talk about you now. Okay. I got a message on Ravelry from a woman I didn't know who said, I see on Ravelry you have a CSM, an Erlbacher. And she said, we live in the same area. So it started a conversation. And we decided that we needed sometime this summer to get together and crank together.
Nice.
I know. And then she showed up on Thursday. I had told her where I was going and what I was doing and what this was all about. And she and her husband just up and decided to come. And so she surprised me. It was so fun. Pardon?
Is this your first drinking?
That's not exactly true.
Why I said.
I didn't just show up. Last year, was married 58 years and my husband forgot our anniversary.
There is that bullshit.
He no longer has a husband.
So, yeah. So it was such a wonderful, it was a wonderful surprise and we have had fun getting her going on her new Erlbacher Speedster. Okay, I'm installing my heel forks and the basic rule to remember about heel forks is that they have to be under the needles that you're playing with. And so where I put them right now is not where they're going to stay. As this area shrinks, these heel forks are going to move in so that they're covering the area that I'm working on. And when I start increasing and my area is growing, my heel forks are spreading out to cover that area. Now, I last year bought an extra heel fork and I use 4 so that I have to move things less. And I also use that extra heel fork later. I'll tell you another reason why I love it. I actually bought it because I was inept. And every time I would finish my heel and I'd start that full round of cranking that get you going on your foot, these stitches back here would all drop. And so I put that extra heel fork back here and it solved my problem totally. Yeah, it was so worth it. Now, maybe now that I'm more experienced, they wouldn't drop, but I'm now in that habit and I like it. And so that 4th heel fork is essential to me. So, okay, so I have lifted the needle. How do I know I've lifted the needle? I've talked to you. I may have gone up and gone to the bathroom and I come back and go, where was I? Okay, so I can tell that because first of all, my yarn carrier is here and it has to go in this direction now. And it is going to wrap around that needle. So I know that I've lifted my needle. I try to make it a practice to take whatever action I need to do next before I stop doing, so that when I come back, it's pretty evident what I'm going to do. Sue.
What do you do if you forget if you're increasing or decreasing?
Okay. I do have an answer for that.
I knew you would.
Yes. If I am increasing, then the last thing I did was put a needle down and the yarn is under that latch. If the last thing I did was, I get these words. So if the last thing I did was decreasing, then it is just wrapped around the bottom of, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, ask me how I remember whether I'm doing a heel or a toe.
How do you-
Because that can be an issue too.
Yes.
So I only use these stitch markers when I'm doing a heel because a toe begins and ends at the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock, and I don't need an extra reminder. Though my cylinder is marked with bright pink, and so that shouts at me. Okay. Speaking of markings on cylinders, before I go forward, I do have charts for 3 different sizes of cylinders, and I do have nail polish. So if you're new enough that your cylinder is not marked yet and you want help marking it, Diane and I will be happy to help you after class to mark your cylinder. I know that some people pick up their machine here when they come to homecoming and they don't have it marked yet. So if that's you, we came prepared for that. Okay, so now I'm going to remind myself what I'm doing. I'm behind there, so I'm going to come around. Oops, I have a closed latch. Okay. Now that's my first row, and I have to go around until I hear that last little faint click. Now I'm going to lift this first needle. Did I lift one? And I'm going to put my marker there. Now, those are my 2 target needles, and when I am increasing, I'm watching for those 2 target needles, and that's when I quit putting my needles
The
down.
one before that. You don't.
Nope, these are them,
Okay.
because these are the first ones I lifted.
Okay.
My first ones that I had out of work were behind them.
Okay.
Okay.
Got you.
And if you forget to do that, there is a definitive gap between the stitches that. But one time I think I went too far and then I was gonna have the whole So I went one stitch, I did one more round and went one stitch further and it took care of.
It took care of the whole two?
Oh, yeah,
I have a question.
but I don't recommend. it.
Yes.
So
Right.
when I do mine, I do the deep heel, but then whenever I'm putting on my needles back and work as I'm going around, I stop one before
Yes.
the half mark. I don't go, and I don't have a hole either. So I don't know why.
That's a
Is that the way you do it?
cool.
I stop at like 59, just the one before the half mark on both sides.
It takes the material out of the top of the foot.
Right.
So that's a very helpful tip.
Yeah, this is not gonna reduce the size of the, what's the top part of your foot called?
Arch.
The arch. But that will reduce the
So
number
you
of
still
stitches
need
in the arch.
fabric up here.
Okay, so now I'm going to arrange my stitch marker so I don't cram this into it and continue to lift and crank. And as I do as I say, not as I do. Anita, do you have a special tool for this?
For me,
Yes.
no, I use my fingernail for that. But can I say something? For that little tip with, it's really the person's name. And I feel bad that I didn't know it at the time. It's Cecily Cobb. So Cecily,
Oh,
shout
okay.
out to Cecily for coming up with it.
Yay.
Thank you, Cecily. She goes by Connie, but
That one is very,
yeah.
they're very awesome. Because I have a misshapen fingernail and I have a ruined thumbnail from, so that's gonna just really be awesome for me. Okay, so now I am going to move my heel forks.
Injuries.
Oops, I'm caught, of course. So that I am under the stitches that I'm working on. But first I have to stand on my head a little bit.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Your heel for weights, I think are a lot longer than mine. Mine are shorter and thicker. I have a feeling that the thin ones fit better somehow. Because
These are Sue's and mine are fat like yours and mine fit fine.
Those
Yeah.
are Dave Lord.
these are what?
They're
From
Dave Lord.
Chambord. I have these too. I've ordered these from Dave Lord in Canada. And I think it's now certainly very expensive to get anything from him. But I have those. I love them.
They feel a little heavier than mine. Yeah.
It's Chambord.
Okay, so
Okay.
I gotta get going because they're gonna boot me out here pretty soon. Okay. When you start to see those stitches hang out on the needle, it's time to look at your weights and see if you need to move them, because these first and last stitches are the ones that are gonna pop off if your weights are not properly placed. So, it feels like I'm going fast, what's she doing? But it's because I'm watching the yarn, and when it starts to stick, then that's when I stop and I look. Now, my cylinder is marked so that I can do a rounded toe. So I have, oh, see there, it's sticking. And did it stitch? Yes, it did. Okay. So I have 3 of my fins marked here and 3 of my fins marked here so that I can lift 2 needles at a time to round that toe. So I am going to stop my last stitch my last needle that I lift is going to be this one, but right before the purple. Okay, I did not lift. Dang, that wants to stay. Okay, that was not it. Hopefully they match at the end. I've given away a lot of lopsided socks, so if they don't match at the end, don't stress. Okay, so now here I am at that place where I'm gonna lift these two at a time. And I'm gonna lift these two at a time. Okay, now I learned something the other day from Carol Mancuso when I was doing a baby sock on her machine. I do a suicide heel. That's what this is called when you don't rep. Okay, but she has had me wrap these stitches, these double stitches when I put them down, and I thought that really does kind of secure them, and it alleviates a longer stitch there. Somehow pulls it in. And so I'm a convert now to that. So I'm going to put these down and I'm going to just wrap the yarn around both of them, check the latches, and yay. Okay. I'm going to put these two down. Notice that, again, I know most of you know this, but for those of you who are new, you don't want to punch these down all the way. You notice that my latches are still over the top, hugging my yarn. If you push them down all the way, you're closing the latches and you're going to drop those stitches. So there is a resistance when you get this far. It feels pretty natural to just push them down this far. And so it will not be a difficult thing. You just have to remember, because the first thing I did was like, you know, if this, you know, down means down, but that's not true. So, okay, so thank you. I knew there was something. Okay, so wrap. Open. Okay. Ooh. Am I going to get through this without dropping a stitch? Okay, so now I find that once I have put my heel forks in, adjusted them for this last time, that on the increase part, I don't have to move them as often. They're for whatever reason. So I'm gonna go one at a time now.
So you don't continue to wrap.
I don't.
Yeah.
I like this heel.
How many sets of double stitches did you just want?
One on each side.
I do two, and two. So
I do two on each side. Yeah.
I have seen a lot of people do two sets, but I like the way it looks with one, so I've just stuck with it.
Where's your other set? Where's your other set? On the top.
Why did you guys make me talk? Okay.
marker there.
It didn't drop.
Oh, good.
I know. Okay,
Can I suggest something?
certainly.
The one thing I do is once you get down to your toe and you're starting to increase,
Uh-huh.
I move every one of my heel forks as close to the top of the edge of the cylinder as I can.
Oh,
So you get 3 of them up there and you never have to do it again.
oh,
And then yesterday,
Yeah, it looks great.
all the way at the top, huh?
Because it's as high as you go, as you're doing your rows back and forth, it's getting lighter and lighter.
Your way distributes that.
And so the farther those heel forks come down, the wider the pull is. So,
Awesome.
so it keeps them more even, because I could tell you were starting to get punchy there.
Thank you.
There was uneven tension.
Thank you very much.
It's what I do and it works.
I love it. Thank you. Okay,
And that's what's for today.
okay, you're off the hook now.
You don't have to answer any more questions.
That's right.
I'm gonna see if it make sure it works now.
Okay, so while I am doing this, who else has a tip?
My tip is, use the resources that you have, because there is a lot of them around here. And appreciate one of them.
Aw,
She's-
that's a nice
How
tip.
long she's had her machine.
How long have you had your machine?
It'll be 2 weeks on Sunday.
Oh, you must still have the, oh, yeah. How exciting.
My brain's still going.
Nice. And you got to come to a homecoming right away. That's awesome.
I know.
I didn't come to one till after I'd had my machine for about a year.
I didn't even plan it. It was before I even bought the machine. My friend said, well, which one coming, homecoming? Yes.
Don't you? Oh, that is awesome.
Yeah.
Where do you come from?
St. Charles, Michigan.
Very cool. Okay, I gotta pay attention. Who else has a tip?
Susan, can I piggyback on your ripcord?
Yes?
And reverse it? So two bonnets of the same. I have two of them of the same.
Yes?
So I attached my waist yarn all the way to one bonnet. And then I used the ripcord between the bonnet and the sock because I can just rip that right off. And now because I've hung a hem.
Right,
And
right.
then now I have to start the second sock, I have the second bonnet. And I put it in there and
Oh, yeah, I know what you're saying. So
I go from this bonnet with my waist yarn directly onto the other bonnet.
I'm gonna come watch you do
Yeah.
that.
It's gonna have to be original.
Yeah. I'm gonna,
I'm just running it from one bonnet to the next bonnet when I start this.
like you just unravel it instead of rolling it in a ball?
Yeah,
Oh, yes,
it's
I
just-
do that too. That
I'm
is,
just going straight from this bonnet
Yeah.
to the next sock and bonnet.
yes, I've done
And
that too. That's awesome.
But I use.
Now
the
I get what you're
ripcord
saying.
before I start, so I'm not taking the waist yarn off of the sock, I just rip the ripcord off. Yeah, so it's what you did, it's just reversing the ripcord and the waist yarn.
Yeah, the only place I don't use the ripcord
Right.
is with a
at the
hung
toe.
hem.
I do it at the hung hem,
Yes.
not at the toe. The toe, I would do a waist yarn directly to the toe.
Oh, so what I do is what I've just done today,
Yes,
and then when I'm ready to start the next sock, I just hold this sock over here and crank right off of the,
yeah,
yeah,
yes, yes, yeah.
so,
So
okay,
it's just from bonnet to bonnet.
awesome. Okay, all right. Let me keep going.
Fire with bonnets.
I gotta multitask here. Who else? I got a couple more needles before I have to have your attention back. Anybody else have a tip?
I use empty toilet paper rolls to put my waist yarn on. And then I have like a paper towel holder that I put on the floor and just drop that thing down there, and you can cut a little slit in the toilet paper roll, grab the end.
Yeah.
So, and then it's the same all the time, and I'm like you, I just run it until it's done. But it's
That's a
good
good
way to
one.
Keep it,
Yeah, that's a good one, especially the slit. It's like ribbon, it's ribbon.
yeah, and you can put like 2 sets of waist yarn if you flip it over, you know, use one side.
Nice, that's nice. Okay, here I am where I need your attention again. Okay, now you can see I've got my 2 needles that have stitch markers on them are in front and center. That's my trigger that I cannot go all the way around. Okay, so I'm gonna stop at 6 o'clock now. And I'm gonna take off these markers. And I'm gonna sing my little song, put the needles down and check all the markers. Because I'm so paranoid about those markers, or latches, not markers. Check all the latches. Because I'm paranoid about those latches. All right, so now, if I had my, oh, I do have one.
You have another one.
I have another one. Okay. Here's my little crocheted things I was telling you about, so that they don't clank on each other. Because apparently I'm noise sensitive. That's why I don't vacuum. Okay, so see where I put it? Right back there in the back. So that those stitches back here have some tug on them and they don't come off. Okay. So now there's my foot. And I'm going to just move these guys up and start my foot. And the only thing I'm gonna do on my foot that's different is, I don't use the markers. And Mary Ellen, do you need me to stop now? Or do I have a minute? I need, okay, so I'm just gonna tell you that when you are doing your heel, you're gonna do what I did before, except no markers.
Okay.
And when you get to where that first needle before the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock markings on your cylinder, you're going to put that one down and that one down at the same time and crank around, because each one of these back and forth is a row. So is your Kitchener stitch. Your Kitchener stitch is a row. If you went back and forth and then Kitchenered, you'd be adding a row to your toe, which would give you a ridge. So by not doing the fourth, you are leaving room for that row of Kitchener stitch. So you're just going to stop here, cut your yarn with enough for your Kitchener, and then start your waist yarn. Then I just wanted to also show you that those, here there. So this does not involve anything except a show. The little steel markers that I gave you, I use those on the first 2 stitches to the left and the first 2 stitches to the right on each end of my Kitchener. Because when I Kitchener and I get to the end, I'm always like, where's that last stitch? Where did it go? And this holds them out for me. And then I just remove them when I'm sorry, I'm not even showing you, am I? I just remove them as I get to them, but it really has helped me to keep myself honest when I'm doing my Kitchener. Did anybody else have one more tip that they were dying to tell and they didn't get to? Okay. Thank you, you guys. Oh, thanks very much.
I'm Sue Bleem. I've been coming to the crank-ins for 4 years now. I think I've been cranking for about 6 years. And I found this lovely pattern in my stash. Like I said, I'm not sure who originally made it. I don't know who modified it. I don't know anything about it. I just know that it's a really cute little like preemie hat. And I'm gonna show you how to do it today. So I believe you could do it on any size cylinder that you would like to do it. I have some that I've made. The blue one was made on a 72 cylinder Bumblebee, and it makes it a little bit larger. And then the other one I did on a 72, my Speedster. So we're gonna get started, and it's been a little bit. I didn't practice. So I'm gonna crank 12 rows, and then it's got little ear flaps on it. So you're gonna do 12 rows, do the ear flaps, 12 rows, and then hang the hem. Okay, so here we get started. If we got this right, what's going on here?
Are you using your heel spring?
Yeah. Oh. Got it. Thank you, Joe. What in the world? Okay, here we go. One. Hold on. And then I'm gonna stop. It says to stop at 8 o'clock. So I'm gonna stop over here, and from my needle number 1, I'm gonna keep 11 needles down on this side and then 11 needles down on this side and raise all the rest of them. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm gonna start raising here. One, two, three. No way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We don't need any clowns in the back row.
Amy in the back row.
We don't need Amy in the back row. So now I'm gonna I'm gonna turn a heel or a toe, and I'm going to be raising every needle up until I think it's 4. Yeah, 4. So I'm gonna put in my heel fork. So basically, instead of doing a toe or a heel on the front or the back, I'm doing it on the side. Where actually you can do it wherever you want to. If you'd rather do it on the front or the back, you can do them wherever you want to, as long as the next one is adjacent. So I'm gonna start here. I'm gonna raise this guy. Oh, now we need a heel fork for the heel fork. Let's bring for the listeners.
Did you use heel spring for the 12?
No, because you want it loose so it stretches. My tension is very loose. It's as loose as I can comfortably knit.
So now you're doing flat.
So now I'm doing an ear flap. And I'm sure that we can get the pattern. I emailed it to Grayson, and I honestly thought that maybe she was gonna print it out. We can, I mean, since Carol, I can't say her last name.
Nice.
Yeah, since she adapted the pattern, maybe she would allow you to have a copy. Sure.
Or give us an idea where we could.
Uh-oh, that one didn't.
Yeah.
fit.
No, those are still. They're cute.
They're very cute.
That one didn't fit quite, did it? Ooh, that could have been dangerous. So we're gonna do this down until we have 2 needles on each side. So is that 2 more? Yeah. I screwed that up. And now those didn't knit. I thought I was gonna screw it up. And that stitch dropped.
This is just if I'm not whatever I court.
Okay. Okay, then we're gonna start dropping them. I got that one.
It's beautiful.
What have I got going on?
Absolutely gorgeous. They just should.
Um,
It's over. It can be reprinted.
I got one,
And
two,
it's also in the CSM 2.0 files.
four,
It's all good. CSM, oh, I'm sorry. CSM 2.0 Facebook site. But she said we were making copies.
five,
I'll get copies made, but she needs her copy. Oh, she's very nasty. If you disturb her.
seven,
I mean, it's
nine. I dropped. Nine, one, okay, so now I'm gonna
silly.
drop these. And I'm gonna go 11 past that mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
The cutter we can.
And then I'm gonna raise all these. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then I'm gonna do the same thing on this side to make that ear flap.
Now I got it. That was on the paper.
So we're gonna start raising. And they're all tied up in there. I don't normally use these heel forks. Okay, now we're gonna press this way. Is that one up? I'm still raising, right? Yeah. I should have used her trick. Now we're gonna start lowering.
How many needles do you go down?
So you gotta do 22 needles in the ear flap and you go down to 4. And I'm just gonna do, because we're running a little bit behind, so it calls for 2 picot rows in the middle of it. And I did 3 on one hat and I did 2 on one hat. I like the 3, but I'm probably only gonna do 1 picot row on this. So we, you know. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Is there a way to search?
9,
Or do you just have to scroll?
9,
I know, I said.
10,
Scroll, scroll.
10. Eleven.
There's one here, but it's like-
Okay, now you. And then we start lowering these on your last go around. Which, yeah, I use my fingers, Amy. And then you're gonna crank 12 more rows. And take your weights out. Then you're gonna hang your hem. And now when I do my hang my hem, I go by my string here and I see that my first stitch is coming, my thread is coming out there, so my first stitch is there, right there. And I use this part of my hook. See that little part right there? Yeah, you got it. Have to get that out. So I put my first one on and I just dropped all those stitches, but that's okay. Because it's just showing you how to do it. So then we're gonna hang all these all the way around. And honestly, I'm showing you on a 60 cylinder, but like I said, you can, and it'll make a nice little doll hat, really, probably.
For a preemie?
Well, or a preemie hat.
I had preemie used to stock.
I did not have a preemie. My preemie was 9 pounds, 13 ounces.
I had one of those.
Yeah.
Is that the one you found? Yeah.
That's what I found. too.
Which one did you? Kathy.
You know what? And it's easy and fun little thing to do, actually, unless you're doing it in the front of a bunch of people and on television and, you know,
This is being broadcast all over.
all over the world, honestly, is what we were told. You might want to edit that part out.
When you hit the link, the link's gone.
Oh, darn.
Yeah, the link's gone.
The link for what?
For that hat, so there,
It's okay. She'll print you out.
I'll print them out for you.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah, it's not.
just have to chase her down.
Okay.
Yes.
See, and I didn't even think about it because I thought maybe that was, if I emailed the pattern over,
Sure.
that it would have been done, but so many things going on to prepare for this wonderful crank-in. Honestly, I've been to several different crank-ins and this
It's fantastic.
one that the Erlbachers put on, you can't beat it by anybody's.
No.
You absolutely cannot. The thought that they put into these are phenomenal.
And we're saying often indicated.
I have not known the Erlbachers since the beginning.
You know, I've been doing this for 18 years.
Well, I've only been doing it for about 6 years, but I tell you, I bought a used machine and I was told it was in working order and it wasn't. And even though I didn't purchase it directly from the Erlbacher, I bought it secondhand. They fixed it for me.
Fix things for you when nobody else would. Because I had something missing off my Bumblebee that I bought, and I just contacted them, and I said, I need to order that, it wasn't there. And, you know, Kim put it in a box and sent it to me.
Sure,
You know, and I was like, what?
no questions asked.
Gave him the number, sent a picture, didn't even have to really do that, but Me, I just did it.
Not, oh, you got me at the wrong time, you know, it's just like, I'd be happy.
I'll do it when I get a chance.
I'm
I
happy to
was
help you
thinking
with that.
of-
Yeah, I'm happy to help you with that.
I mean, it was,
Yeah.
it's
I don't even know
fabulous.
what that guy's.
It's fabulous.
Oh, we'll just skip
Well,
over him.
say, not right now, come back in 2 weeks.
Well, I had somebody just recently
And
say that they
too.
wanted a sock machine and they
Never
said,
said
which one should I get? And I said, I can only, I'll tell you which one you should, if you want support. And I mean, I don't know any of the other ones that sell them, but I can tell you for a fact on this one. You know, so.
I actually have my tension way too loose and I'm dropping stitches left and right, but you can't see that. And you probably don't care.
Oh, we care.
You care that I'm dropping stitches?
We care that you care that just.
Your pain.
You're in my heart.
Aw,
That's the whole.
you're in
thing
mine
right there.
too. I love you. And not just because we share the same name.
But nobody shares mine.
Are you a student?
Yes, somebody does.
Is there another one here?
Not here,
Oh, okay, yeah, well, I have.
but we all know Madonna.
Are you a Susan or a Suzanne?
I'm a Suzanne.
Okay.
Are you?
I'm a Susan.
Oh, yeah. Somebody called me Susan once and I'm like, no, no.
I'm afraid I had even not.
Yeah, but do you have what she's got?
No, I don't have her money.
That's not what I'm talking about. Okay, so we've now got these little suckers hung. Thank goodness. Then we can put our, yeah, you're getting too close. You're seeing that I dropped all those stitches. Okay, last stitch. Gonna get that baby right on there, maybe. Oh, maybe not. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's going on. Okay. So I'm gonna put my buckle back on and then I'm gonna crank. I think it's 8 rows. And then no, I do 6 rows. We're gonna do 6 rows. Set our counter. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so now we're gonna do what we call a picot. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the picot, but what you're gonna do is you're gonna start at your needle number 1 and you're gonna take that stitch and you're gonna move it over to your neighboring stitch and then you're gonna leave that one empty. So you're gonna do that all the way around as you crank. Oops.
Somebody.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Must have sleep on this.
That was God telling me that I'm doing a good job.
Yes,
I'm sure that's what it was.
He has a funny way of saying that to me.
I wonder where he was when I was going overtime.
He was
it was a break time.
he was on my shoulder saying, Sue, it's gonna be all right. You're gonna make that die class.
So, on the way the picot was done here at Pico's and then you changed to the other.
So what I'm doing now, thank you for asking that question, is I am taking and I'm doing this and we're not gonna jump ahead yet. Miss Madonna. I know. So then yes, you're right. So you're going to alternate them
Thank you.
when you get to the next
You're
picot.
so wonderful, Sue. Thank you for answering my question.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure.
But for today's class, you're only doing 1 row
No,
so that you can make the dot.
so today's class, well, I'll start a second row and show you how I did it. But you can look at the hat and see how it was done, honestly, because the hat is
I think
floating
the important
around.
part was the flaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, the important, and it is,
And the flaps are a lot like, how we did the socks with the.
yeah,
That's basically.
with the heel tab. Yes, there you go.
Doing a little bit longer.
It's a heel tab, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not gonna take this one off the machine and show it to you because I'm a little bit embarrassed because I dropped every other stitch.
We love you, Sue.
And I love me too. So we're gonna do one, so, okay, as you go around, you've got a loop on the stitch that isn't knitted, and then you've got the knitted stitch. So we're gonna go 2 times, and then you're gonna start that again. But like where I started and I lifted this one, I'm gonna lift this one next. And then I'm gonna go.
Say that again, so you,
So where I lifted my needle number 1 and moved it over to needle number 2,
okay.
I'm gonna start on needle number 2 and move it over to needle number 3 and
Oh,
do
okay, so
every
it's
other
all
one.
the same way.
Yes,
Just figuring out.
you're still going the same direction, but you're doing a different needle.
You're staggering number 2 to number 3
Right.
rather than 1.
Yeah, so you're just staggering it.
All right.
And then you're gonna do that all the way around, and then you're gonna knit it, and you knit so many rows, and then
No.
you take it off and you cinch it.
It is.
And basically that's it.
And then did you
Because
just
see,
do, I ordered that stitch.
Yes, when I did that, I took everything off of my machine. I took out all the needles, but 6 needles. And I think I did like 100 rows or 50 rows or whatever it was. So to get it to, you can do it any length you want. And then, so when I did mine, I rehung the hat on those and I did it directly on there. So you don't have to sew it.
Genius.
Yeah. So just, yeah.
Good too.
That makes sense. Yeah.
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 And then at the end, I just wound it off and then,
Yeah.
Can
cinched
you
that.
say that again, that was one?
When I did my hat, here, give me the hat. When I did my hat on this, I took this and I hung these on here like this, and then I just did I onto it.
That's good.
So you don't have that sewing and you don't have that extra head.
Yeah.
You don't have the extra thread to hide.
That was so clever.
Yeah, and it's all one piece then. Yeah, it's all one piece then. Okay, any other questions?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Thanks.
Excellent.
Joyce?
I may have to steal your bin because I miscalculated.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't mind
Let's go.
because I don't know where I want to anyway.
That's fine. I love you so much, too.
Hey, we're selling your yarn.
Okay.
I could put in people's name on it,
Oh, I love you.
on the sticky note and on your chair.
Okay.
And then
When you decide
then-
what color, when you decide what color you want, I will do it for you. Just tell me, I'll make it for you.
Now,
All right. I love you.
now, and Ed told somebody took the last spark.
That's okay. Yes.
Someone took the last sparkle something, and Ed said, take it to your seat and come back and pay.
That's fine. And
Just so you know.
Yesterday's one?
it should be done in a couple of hours.
Can Amy Venmo?
Yes, you can Venmo to see me afterwards. Absolutely. Okay, do we have everybody? Are we all here? Does everybody have yarn and gloves?
There's an extra.
Oh, we have an extra. Joyce, do we have an extra or are we missing somebody? Is everybody, who's not here?
But they're not coming, right?
She's not here and she's coming back? Hold on a second. Let's see if she's here or not. I don't know yet.
Okay, I'm just coming out to see.
Yeah, I don't know yet.
You know what? It's gonna. Oh, there is another spot.
All right, if there's a tray, then we'll make room for Joyce. And if, okay, so Joyce, there's one down here or up there. I don't know. And sit tight, we may.
My husband called.
Is everybody on the list here? Is she? Okay, so Joyce is going down there. And who's that for? Katie? Okay, so hold on. So this is, all right, everybody has yarn in a tray. This one is Katie's, right? Who is the only one we're missing? Okay, and is there another blank tray? Yes, one more blank tray. Put Elizabeth on the list.
I'll hunt you down.
Where do you want me so it's easier for you?
She's gonna find a
Okay,
pay when she gets
that's
back.
fine. That's fine. Jesus Christ.
I know.
Okay.
A little spot in the shop to just keep all your.
Yeah. If not, I'm storing it at Sue's house. Okay. Let me know when you're ready and where you want me.
It's okay, I'll follow you.
Okay, we're good. Joyce is all set. Yes. Joyce paid me. All right, we ready? I'm going to stand over here. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Yarn Dyers. My name is Helene Rudolph, if I haven't met you. I am a color alchemist or a yarn dyer. I like to be fancy. My company is Kaleidotos. I'm from Las Vegas. And I want to just show you the fun part of dyeing. So I've taken all of the extra steps, the before, and I will handle the after, and you guys get to do the fun part. The yarn that you are working with, you're over here. Yeah, we put you up there, Katie. That's okay. So the yarn that you're working with is a superwash merino. It's an extra fine superwash merino. It is 85% merino and 15% nylon. It will wash great. It will go through your machines beautifully. And it has been soaked in a higher concentration of citric acid and water, and that will allow the dye to stick to your yarn a little bit faster than we may do in a normal dye setting or in the dye studio. And it should keep things from splattering. So we're going to all go back to kindergarten and remember how we learn to share, because we've got basically 10 bottles of color. You've got 7 different colors. There's a pink, there's a purple, red, orange, yellow, green, blue. So pass them around, share. Your yarn is all on a black little tie, so you can hold it up. You can put it in your tray any way you want. If you want to, just spread it out, if you want to go in circles, if you want to just do it in patterns. If you put your color all the way in and you push down, it will go through to the other side. The more saturated, the more it'll go through. If you sprinkle, you'll get more white. Watch your bleeds. If you want your colors to be really distinct, leave some white in between. If you want your colors to blend, remember, red and yellow do make orange. Be careful if you mix all the colors, you're gonna get brown. If you want that, that's great. My favorite thing about dyeing yarn is looking at the colors and saying these won't possibly go together, and then they do. What you're gonna discover today is that what you think you see in your head and what you're putting on your yarn is never the way that it comes out. And that is the fun and the joy of dyeing yarn. Last thing, as you're going to think about what you want to name your color. Every yarn deserves a colorway name. So make it your own and ask if you have questions, and let's have some fun. Go to it. Keep your gloves on. As much as you want. You'll see where the colors go. It'll go down. It will just put some on. You'll see how it starts.
Is there like a 3 and 5 rule? Usually 3 colors to 5 colors.
You can do as many as you want.
I'm not like a bright color person, so I was like, get a big color of one.
So do some yellow. Maybe throw the orange is a little bit more muted.
Yeah.
You'll see the green. You know, if you saturate it more,
Gosh.
it will get darker.
Okay. Okay.
There's fuchsia, there's a Caribbean blue, there's a yellow, fire engine red, orange. There isn't a teal, there's a green and a Caribbean blue. You might want to be able to do those together. If you wanted a raspberry, I would just go there. You may want to take some of the fuchsia and some of the red, and that will give you a little bit of a raspberry. I brought 7 colors. I mean, I have 200, so you know it's like, but it's all good. Sorry, Amy. Oh yeah, please. That is also blue. Sorry, thank you for finding that. I'm walking down the line if anybody has questions. There is a dark iris that is a purple blue. And it is down here, and I think there are 2 of those. Yep. I would say when you're done, pass it down one way or the other. And if your bottle runs out, let me know and I will refill it. These are Dharmas. Yep.
Does anybody want orange? I think it's red. That's red. Yeah.
Yep. You've got red and orange. They're going to look like similar in the bottle. That's the red. Woo! Yeah, pass the purple down the other end too.
All right, yellow's going back down again? Yeah.
Had I known, I would have brought way more squeeze bottles, but I had no idea this many people would want to dye yarn.
You'll know for next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got yellow. No, sorry. I'll finish, and then we can pass it down. Okay.
We'll see. Let me see what I've got. Who's got some purple? And I think the purple they're requesting down the other end of the table, if I can snag it and bring it back whenever you're done, unless you're waiting for it. Okay, so when you're done, pass down to your right. That's the purple.
So you're down past your.
Yeah, it's a blue purple. It's an iris. Yeah. The colors are changing. Yeah. They should be, you know, they could be. They change too. Yeah, take it down. Everybody pass your dye to the right, and then we can keep going around.
We can take like a group photo of them holding their final.
Sure.
Well, we have good, so everyone can hear you. Don't.
When they're done, they come down and what you may want to do is we'll hold them up as we go because they have to be. We have to put their names on the bags and their colorway, and then but we can take a picture of all the bags because then they get heated. We want a heat set.
No problem.
But I have all the other ones upstairs. Oh, I have plenty more. I have plenty more.
It's coming down that way.
Okay. Okay, what's this one? Is this is the red? Yep. Okay. Coming back up. One pink, one red. making sure my red is my red. Oops, sorry about that. That's my red. That's my green. That's my blue. No, it's okay. That's the pink. So I know I can do the pink.
Not really.
This is my normal stance, juggling die. Yep, it's really pretty. Okay. Pink coming up. Oh, thanks, Amy. Yeah, I'm just making sure that I pour the red and the orange because I don't want to get them confused. And they are very similar. Here's the blue. That's the purple, which is this one. Yeah. Oh, you're good. Thank you. Don't not dye your yarn. Thank you. All right, let's get some red. That's the green. Okay, let's get the blues done then. Hold on.
No problem. I love the glass. Oh, I plugged my thing in and it worked. I didn't want to buy the purple yesterday. Sorry, what? You want to buy the yesterday? Yeah.
Yeah.
And-
Oh, your phone. You plug your phone in. Okay.
Yes, and, yeah.
I haven't forgotten.
Ooh, that's nice and warm.
Fresh mix this morning.
You just mix them with the water?
Here I did just a heavy base, but when I'm in the studio, they're all pre-mixed. I mix the bases beforehand and then I go with the dilution. So, okay, this is the red. Hold on a second. Okay. I just want to figure out which one okay, I want to make sure which one's red and which one's orange. Orange, see? I knew, all right. Okay. This is red.
All right, I'll take that.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, great. That's red.
I got some bread.
Orange is refilling.
Oh, that was close.
That's why there's plastic all over the
I know,
floor.
I didn't realize when I took the top off that I would.
Okay. Orange headed this way. Get some pink.
Money red.
Is that me? Oh, thank God it's not me. Green is coming up. Do we need refills on yellows?
If you want. I'm what's up?
Okay, more pink.
Yeah.
Oof, we need to do more pink. I'm gonna have to run upstairs.
Oh, can I get that pink one here?
Here, I'm gonna look and see what I have. Don't be afraid to take and put your yarn in here because you'll get saturation on the back.
I turned it over.
Yep. And anywhere there's color will go into the yarn, and then you can give yourself the little room for bleed too. Definitely, you can either turn it over or push to the other side. Purple, pass it on up. It, yes, of course we can. I would flip it, okay? I would flip it because you see how you're going to have white. Now, I love the idea of the white.
Yeah, I do too.
But you should definitely flip it because remember, you want to saturate the other side too. Purple coming up.
Green, is everybody down there done with green?
Purple's here. Who needed the purple? It was down here and then pass it back up. Yellow. Quite right. I love being a listener.
So you're out of Las Vegas?
Yes, the Henderson. I did.
How did you bring all this stuff?
I shipped it to Grayson.
Oh, good idea. I follow you on something.
Either TikTok or Instagram, probably.
I tried TikTok, but the service at my house sucks. So I can't.
You watch my dye videos? They're fun. My girlfriends think they're very cheeky.
No.
It was like they're supposed to be zen.
I know, right?
They got blue down here, purple.
This is the other one.
Okay, yeah. Here's the
Purple right there. It's on its way down.
They said it's different. It's the turquoise. I'm gonna go one more stripe of yellow there. So when I lift this thing up in the socks, I think it'll be like blue stripes.
It won't be, it may pull, it may stripe. So stripes take much longer repeats, but you'll get little flecks. Yes, it's going to be fantastic. I love all of these combinations. They're great.
Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. What? Okay. I know. I don't know the difference. It's a lot. Perfect. For $10 for the pink, I want that, but I need to know because I have to call and order it. Because they get slammed at lunch. So how's their sweet sour or their beef with broccoli? I don't think they have beef with broccoli, but you can get the stew.
Yeah.
But they have, they do have sweet and sour chicken.
It's too light.
There's going to be a lot of white.
Yep. I would actually throw more green in there. I'd just do more.
We end up doing the same exact.
So what? There's a dark in like a iris, and then there's a bright Caribbean.
Okay.
I'd throw more in there because when you go here, when you look here, look at your spots of white.
Okay.
And then, don't be afraid to throw another hot, unexpected, but it's more is better. Your white's going to show through.
So how is sesame chicken? Okay. Do you want spring rolls?
Yeah, Nancy, you look good. Yeah, add some over here, though.
Spring rolls are fine. Whatever you got.
I would add a little bit more.
How am I doing?
I think you're great. flip it over, look at it, spread the yarn out, flip it out with, look inside and see if you've got other little sections of white, because those sections of white might be hiding. This is indigo, yes. And we've got a red or an orange and a pink. We may have trouble with the pink. Well, I can go and get some more.
Is that purple?
This is the purple. We should have 2 bottles of pink. Okay.
Does somebody want?
I don't know. Who needed the purple? Okay, so we'll take it afterwards. Oh, and then come back and Stephanie's going to get it. This is the pink. And that is orange.
I get elected because I'm out on the side of the table. Okay, that's it. Oh, it's only one.
If we need more pink, I'm going to have to go and just mix more. So just, you may have to hang for a minute. There's the pink. This is orange, but I'm going to make sure. Orange.
Did you make it up? We're working on it. Yeah, no.
I hope I didn't just pour the red into the orange. I don't think I did.
I call it Crank In.
I may have. No, now we have another red. I'll go spill. It's going right in there. Orange, and you've got pink, and that's the blue. Pink is coming back, and I may have to go mix some more. Blue.
Oh, wow. That is a good idea.
Do you have the top? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh, I love it.
Okay.
Is there any purple left?
Yep, there is.
What'd you get?
Amy wanted purple.
The purple is going down. It's on its way down.
I didn't even know anything about it until I came here.
Who's from Chicopee? No, she's from North. She's from Lynn and Gloucester, but you're not in Chicopee now, but you have family in Chicopee. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, we have more of us here?
Hi, Colleen, do you think that's better?
Much better. Yes, much better.
I was thinking maybe a little more purple over this side.
Yeah,
maybe.
throw a little more. You know, more is always good.
Somebody asked. After we're done, then we gotta. Well, see, yeah. If we need more.
If you need more pink, I have to mix it, and I'm looking for Sue to see if she can't run and grab. I use Dharma. These are Dharmas.
I don't see where the purple is. I know there it is. You got purple? And now you can see one.
I can do it.
Like, we're waiting on her. You don't know what the heart is.
One of you guys run upstairs and grab the pink dye out of my room.
Can you do that while I run upstairs?
and do all but the last 4 needles, and then start lowering it down like you do for a heel.
I'm going to give you a picture, and it's just 1 teaspoon of the dye and fill the picture up with the hot pink,
Right.
like we did yesterday. Here. Yep. Dump this out. That's wrong. Yellow coming up. Susie, thank you. And Sue is going up to mix more pink for us if you need it. Who needed yellow? Yellow. And here's more yellow. Purple. Squirt it. The yellow, the orange and the red look really similar. Purple's coming your way. And if you're done, let me know and we will start packaging. Okay, so if you're done, yes, questions? Okay, perfect. Let's figure out a best place to do this. Let me just grab my bags here. I'm going to move this. So let's get that out of your way. And let me just. Okay. I just mixed some. All right, so if you're done, let me know. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to wring your yarn. So I'm going to demonstrate with Amy's, okay, gently so you don't splash the people next to you or yourself. Okay, so you're going to very, very gently just slide your hand down the skein. Okay, and then you're going to put it in half and twist it. You want as much water out as you can. It will dry faster. It also, you're squeezing out the excess. Okay, hold that for a second, and then we're going to put in a bag with your name on it and your colorway name. Amy, what did you call it?
Crank In Oasis.
I love it.
And you know, I've taken many dyeing classes, and no one has ever said you should enact yarn. I love it.
Well, good. I think all yarn deserves a name.
You're right.
Great job. I am going to take care of these. These will all be ready tomorrow. If sooner, we can get them sooner, but who knows? Okay, and then leave your pan and we'll take care of it.
Trash.
There is a trash right across, straight.
I'll take the blue.
Yeah, if your yarn is done, oh, even better. Bring it up and give me, hold on a second. I can't write with my gloves on. Okay. The purple is on the table. Yes. What's your first name?
Carla with the C.
What are you calling it?
Mardi Gras.
Love it. I have a Mardi Gras. You should go look at it.
I think I looked this morning, but
It's very Mardi Gras. Great job. Throw it in there. You're so sweet. Thank you. I think right now I'm good. What I'm
see if anyone's waiting for colors.
That would be awesome. Okay, Michelle. And just in case. And what are you calling it?
Spring in Carbondale, or just spring.
You don't want in Carbondale?
That's what you
Why not? You should name it what it deserves to be named. Just drop it in there.
I'm not going to be here tomorrow. I have goats to go take care of.
Okay, so what you can do is let me heat set it and then come back and you'll take it in the bag and we'll get it. So when are you leaving?
Tonight.
Okay, we can get you. Ooh, sorry.
Name and colorway.
Name and colorway. Yes. Joe.
Name and colorway.
A nightmare dream.
Love it.
So maybe strange bird. It's like it's
I like it.
In you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Perfect, thank you.
I did my darn, now let me help you.
Okay, Katie. Oh, I love it. What are you gonna call it? What is it? Love it.
Who needed the pink?
Sue, oh God, I love you so much. Oh, yeah. Well, you can just come up to my room and. Sue, you want the funnel? Okay, here, honey. Do you want gloves?
I did that too.
You got it? Or this is why I love me my Sue. It's all good. All right, hold on a second, Jane. What are you calling yours? Love it. Listen, naming yarns at midnight is like really fun. And or I look at my kids and I go, "What is it?" And they come up with something like totally crazy.
Waterfall, I like it.
No, that is a good idea.
Okay, Patricia. Susie, thank you.
Mine's
You can just. What are we gonna call it?
Yeah. Call it Patty.
Love it, Patty, with a T, with a Y or a.
Yeah, NNCEE. There it is. That's okay, because there's an NNCY over there. That's the only reason I corrected it.
With a Y, Princess Patty. Who's Princess Patty?
I don't know, me.
Listen, my sister cousin is a Patricia also, and I'm the only one who calls her Patty. And I mean, we still use our childhood nicknames. We both have grandchildren, so it's like there's that. Yeah. Okay. Wait, I need your name, Barbara.
And this is surf's up.
I love it.
Looks like you want me to wrap it or fold it or.
You can fold it.
It's so fun, thank you.
I'm so glad you had a good time. And I throw it in there. You are good. Okay, honey. I will let you pour. That one's the purple. Whoops. I'm delighted. Okay, what's your first name? Britton. Oh, you've got Britton. Okay, perfect. Okay, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, Petty Chaos.
How do you say your last name? Trujillo. Trujillo. Okay, that's what I thought it was, and I thought maybe I'm just making that up in my mind.
Hi, Miss Grayson.
Hey, I've been talking for 7 hours. I'm tired of listening to myself.
Oh, I can spell chaos today. Awesome.
As soon as you guys are done and wrapped up, we're gonna try to do a group picture out front.
Okay. Oh, I thought we'd do that with my shirt.
I know.
I was gonna wear it tomorrow.
Me too. I may go put mine on. Okay.
Caroline. Caroline. Hodgepodge.
Love it.
That goes with anything, right?
Yes. I had one and I couldn't figure it out, and and I finally looked at it and I was like, oh, party foul. Because I just couldn't. I was like, yeah, too many. But it turned out when it dried, I loved it. Where's my gloves? Oh, hold on, I'll be right back. I've got to get the other bags. Are you able to get people finishing? Okay, good. Right here. Here, I'm going to I want to put your name on it. All right, so wait, who are we doing? Okay.
I'm Debbie.
Debbie, are you with a Y or an IE?
I.
800 spellings. What are we calling it?
We're calling it Promise.
Love that.
Thank you. That's good.
Yeah, we have a couple minutes.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
You are so welcome.
Yeah, I got one for you.
Okay. Here. I can hold two. It's all good. What's your name?
Jan. Jan L.
No, you're fine. I realized
Marsha. Okay.
Summer.
Like it.
Somebody goes, oh, that looks like Summer. I said, there's your name.
Yep. Listen, it doesn't matter how you name it, but you have to have a name.
Thank you. This has been a great class.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Vicky.
And what is your coloring name? Sea glass.
Call it Friday. I was gonna say friends, but if I could have Friday friends.
Can we have friends only on Friday or, you know, it's all good. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I'm glad you had fun. Okay, who else we got?
All right, I'm gonna leave you to it.
You are amazing.
No problem.
I thank you so much. That was really kind of you. I appreciate it. Yours is bagged. What'd you call it? You told me. Oh, that's right. I like that. I'm an Oasis kind of girl.
Over in the garbage can.
Yep, they can go right in the garbage can. May, do you want me to just line these up?
It was a nice idea. And it was a good one. I didn't know that we'd be able to do it inside. I worry about. I wasn't worried about the weather.
You done?
I think so.
Awesome.
Anything affordable? You with your
Mary, what's your last initial? Okay, it's a couple. What are we calling it? We love it.
Ozark Sunset.
Nice.
What do you think about doing a picture when you're done?
Yes,
Okay.
And then you'll have them done tomorrow.
Tomorrow they will be done.
People start filtering outside because you know it takes.
Yes.
Yes.
Are we leaving?
No, we're going to take our group picture.
Thank you so much. This was the best.
Oh, I'm so glad. I am so glad. Okay. What's your first name?
Sue.
Sue. What's your last initial? And what are we calling it?
I don't have to, I haven't decided on a name yet.
Well, what are you thinking?
I don't know, I just want to name it.
Me?
Me.
I think that's a perfect name.
Yeah, because I'm really so pretty.
I think that's the most appropriate name out of all of them. I think
Me, I'm like, I ended up with colors I always pick. Does it matter how you put
Nope.
it in there?
Just dump it on in and you're good.
Are you microwaving this?
I am microwaving.
Finally, what's one of the most creative names you've seen yet?
Oh my God, there are so many. Yeah, I mean, there are so many.
Regional, right?
Very regional. I mean, you came up with sea glass. Now somebody did something very similar and they called it sea turtle.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
I love how people translate what they see.
Sea glasses you get all the time.
Well, yeah. Blue is harder to find now, though.
Yeah. Blue is harder to find.
White, green,
A lot of
all the
green,
time.
A lot of white.
Ooh, Angela, gorgeous. What are we calling it?
Earth and Sky.
Yes, Earth and Sky?
Sure.
Or you want to name it something else?
I'm not good with names.
Don't skein it. I want it. Vicki, do you want to, yeah, Earth and Sky? Why not? It's got all the colors. I mean, that's like all the colors and everywhere.
Sunrise.
And there's your moon and yeah. You were gonna just plop it in there. There you go. Fantastic. Beautifully done. Okay, who's left? I know we have Stephanie.
And just there's a garbage can right over there by the door.
Okay. And no, it's easy peasy. Thank you. Huh?
You gotta get outside for the picture.
I got to get outside for the
Mary Ellen, so she's kind of up at the front every once in a while.
Check out what they're hearing a bit. This here. Just to check if their mic is working.
Testing, testing.
That's okay.
Welcome.
We haven't started yet. You're fine.
Yeah, you can front row.
Well,
This
so
is
a friend
somewhat
of mine actually
casual.
made this for me.
And
A friend of mine. Yeah.
I made that same sweater. I just want you to know, the pearl part of this whole thing, the ribbing, a nightmare. So she loves you.
She does love me. She does love me. This one, I wish we had used a smaller needle in this upper part, but it's
the pattern?
Anchor. It's the Anchor sweater on Ravelry. Yeah, we could find it for you. Thank you. Maybe I need to say
Is that the DK or a word?
it is a DK. It's Barocco Pima 100. It's 100% cotton. Pima Soft. Sorry, Pima Soft. It's not. It's it is Barocco Pima Soft.
Yeah.
No,
I'm familiar with my different fibers.
and that's what we're going to talk
we're
about.
going through it today.
You could use that. Mhm.
We are ready
It's-
whenever you guys are.
Okay. You ready?
All right. Welcome, everyone. I'm Josh Steger from Icon Fiber Arts, and this is my dear friend Ingrid McMasters.
From Spry Whimsy Fiber Arts.
And we're both from Wisconsin, and we both have yarn shops in Wisconsin. I'm in De Pere, and Ingrid is in Stoughton.
Just north or just south of Madison.
Grayson asked if we could put together a presentation today about some general fiber arts concepts and even just kind of going through what fiber arts is, because she said we always have a lot of new people that have never touched yarn before, have never knit before. And so this presentation is really geared with just kind of tackling some of the basic concepts, but we're going to go in depth in a few things too. A little housekeeping thing, the presentation today, this PowerPoint, and then there's three like companion handouts. They're sort of referenced in here. You won't be able to see them real well, but those will be emailed out after. So you each have your own copy of those. You can print copies of that type of thing. So you'll have our sort of reference guides. I'll let Ingrid tell you a little bit of her background in a second, but we both do sort of similar things. I'm a yarn shop owner, but I'm also a fiber arts instructor. I teach a lot of different topics. I teach knitting and crochet and hand spinning and weaving and felting and dyeing. And I teach lesson series on all of those. And a lot of the information we're going through on yarn is the same information I go through with my knitters and my crocheters, and to an extent, the weavers get a version of what you're hearing today too. So if you deal with yarn, this is kind of the overview. And we've pulled out what we thought was relevant and highlighted the portions of this for circular sock machine for CSM in particular. But as we go along, if you have questions, feel free to ask, and we'll do our best to answer.
Okay.
Tell us about yourself, Ingrid.
Okay. Ingrid, Spry Whimsy Fiber Arts. My husband and I started with alpacas. We used to breed. Yeah, they're lovely, right? We had up to 30. I think. No, we didn't have that many. Anyway, it's been a while since we've had alpacas, but decided that I liked all things fiber, and I've had a yarn shop now. It'll be 15 years in November. And we do all things fiber there. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. And I come from the spinning. I'm a spinner who knits, and I'm learning the CSM. So I'm coming more from the handwork as opposed to the machine work portion of the industry.
Yeah, I sometimes forget how long I've been doing machine knitting, but it's been probably almost 15 years since I got my first sock machine, which was an antique machine. And I have 5 machines total. I've got machine from everybody, I feel like, including my Erlbacher machine that is here. So I have quite a decent background in that. And I've done a lot with flatbed knitting machines. I have an entire studio of flatbed knitting. So I approach machine knitting from quite a few different angles. Let's start with our next slide. And I'll let Ingrid take just this brief little jaunt here.
Well, so we were trying to figure out where to kind of start this discussion. I come from a materials standpoint, and I think Josh comes a little bit more from a process standpoint.
Yeah.
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 And so he put together this nice list for us. There's the knitting and of course the crochet. Knitting being newer. Well, crochet is newer than knitting, but it includes, when I come from a spinning perspective, I'm working for almost all of these things, the embroidery, needle arts, which is getting quite the rebirth right
Oh,
now,
yeah.
I think.
Stitching is huge.
Yeah, art, sculpture and art, machine knitting, which is what you're doing, a needle and wet felting, which we'll talk about in a little bit, which is done with wools, of course, sewing and quilting, which I know very little about. And lace making, bobbin lace and tatting is really coming back. These are tatted earrings. Oh yes, it's very much coming back. We're having classes in the store and they're well attended.
Yeah.
And we're starting to look at some tatting socials too, which is fun. And then weaving and dyeing, and macrame is having quite the comeback too.
Macrame's had a rebirth. Punch needle and rug hook has
Oh,
been
yeah,
huge
punch
in our
needle.
shop. I mean, we have the entire Oxford program, and we have an Oxford instructor now, and people just are punching out rugs like crazy up by us.
Yeah, yeah. Then we can go to the
Okay.
next slide.
Good. So machine knitting, where we kind of fit in. So where we are with sock machine is just this, I feel like it's kind of a narrow little funnel. Like we are our own little piece of the pie here out in fiber arts world. And I like to think of sock machines as just sort of narrow diameter knitting machines. And that's really like specifically where we fall, because if we wanted to do something larger, we could use a different kind of knitting machine. And the other thing where all of our machines sort of fit into is that these are hand crank and a hand operated machine. And, you know, the thing that I always think about with these machines is when I think back to my antique machines and when those were made, sock knitting was pretty much done by hand in your home for all of your socks up until the turn of the previous century. You didn't just go down to stores and buy socks like we do today, and that just kind of blows my mind that it was a necessity to make these things. And then when World War I hit, we had such an effort to try to get socks to the troops, that these antique crank machines, really were a huge part of the war effort. And there's so much history on that. I know we have some displays set up in that, but if you haven't read about those things, and really tied back like what we're doing, to where it originated, it gives a lot of perspective on, I took 6 months to learn how to figure out my first sock machine. I don't think I would have had that time when this machine was made. But these were shipped out, kind of like they do today, though. I mean, you buy your machine, they pack it up, they ship it to you, and you are plunked down with a machine and maybe whatever yarn you can find, and you are, believe me, I'm saying this because I've lived this, you are like, what am I gonna do? I don't even know about the yarn. I've never knit before, and now I have a machine to operate.
And I can't imagine what that was like before YouTube.
Yeah, I can't.
That's why that flatbed out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, this revival of this machine, I mean, it really has had a rebirth. And I don't think I know even myself all the reasons that people pick this up again. I think some of it is just the fascination of the machine. Some of it is, hand knitters like us that are like, gee, it would be nice if it didn't take me 40 hours to knit a pair of socks by hand, and that I could knit a pair in an hour or less. And I have this pretty yarn. I mean, I'm part of this started with, when I started hand dyeing, I was like, this really pretty yarn, and I would really like to see it, how the color pattern works out much faster. There are, I'm sure you've seen some demos, there are electrified versions of machines that we use, and eventually those hand crank machines were put into cottage industry situations where people get together and make and sell socks in small little companies. Eventually they motorized machines that look very similar to what we have. and started making socks through the middle, early middle part of the last century. And then the industrial machines that make socks now were sort of born out of that. But this really is an interesting evolution of what we're doing as a sort of starting point of how we got to the socks that are, on our feet from commercial places.
I have a question for the crowd here because it's interesting to me where people come from for the CSM. Like I said, I'm a spinner who knits, who has learned crochet and kind of dabbled in the felting and dabbled in the weaving and kind of know all the things a little bit. And I'm just now learning the CSM. Raise a hands. How many of you are hand knitters? Okay.
Crochet?
Yeah, crochet.
Weaving? Got a couple?
Felting. Oh, spinning.
I tried it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
We got some good
We'll get you back.
diversity.
yeah, I love this because way back in the day, TNNA did a survey on who does what and where it crosses. And it was just really interesting. I'd like to see a newer version of that and add CSMs
Yeah.
to that too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's take a brief look at the next slide. It's sort of a title slide. And it starts out our conversation on all about yarn. And then we can go right immediately to the following slide. And I'm going to let Ingrid take this set of the topics. She's very well versed on this.
I have to be careful because I can talk for an hour about yarn. So we'll do what we can and I'll follow up with any questions. I love talking about yarn, right? So we're going to assume that we're looking at yarn for all sorts of things, not specifically CSM. And then when I'm done with this part, we'll have Josh talk more about the specifics for CSMs. So when people come into my yarn shop, the first thing I ask them is, are you going to put in a washing machine? And if they say, well, it's for a baby or it's a dog sweater, I take them to one side of the store. So we have one side of the store that is hand wash and one side of the store that is machine wash. And we're going to talk about why that is. Can you flip to the next slide? So on the left there, we're seeing a microscope strand of wool, and you can see these little scales that are on it, and they protrude kind of like tree portions that come off the back. And you'll get a digital copy of this as well. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see a fiber that has been treated for superwash. What they do for superwash, well, so if you don't treat the fibers beforehand, what happens with soap, water, and agitation, you get felting. And it's similar to what happens when dogs get mats behind their ears. It's a irreversible process. And for like a merino, it's going to shrink the fabric about 30%. If you're making a beautiful sweater or a sock for somebody and it is not superwash and they throw it in the washer and dryer, you are going to have it shrink about 30%. It will become more like a coaster material or a trivet or something like that. So you can do it very much on purpose if you so choose, which is wonderful. And you can capture other fibers in it and you can do some really great fiber arts with it. But if you have a sized sweater or sized sock or something that's meant to fit somebody and you throw it in the washer and dryer, it is ruined. Oh, I forgot, I want to read the poem.
Oh,
We'll do that at the end.
we'll read the poem at the end.
I have a poem. Remind
have a
me that I've
poem.
got a poem at the end. Okay. So alternatively, if you shop on the other side of the store and you want something that you can throw in the washer, not all superwash can go in the dryer. So that's something that we're going to talk about labels in a second here so you can see. But when you're talking about a, oh, I messed up my organization here. Why did I do that? Oh, there we go. When you coat the fibers, they can either chemically remove the scales so that the body of the fiber is smooth, or they can put on a resin, or sometimes they do both. Keep in mind when you're talking about the resin kind, which they're not going to tell you what kind it is. It's just superwash or easy care. In alpaca, you can get in an easy care. When you put them in the dryer, a lot of times that will melt off. So you'll see something that you can put in the washing machine, but you still can't put in the dryer because the resin will melt off. A lot of the microplastics that are in our fiber or water supply right now are coming from our machine wash, our superwash fibers. So that's something that in my store, some people are very sensitive to that. They want it, but other people are like, no, give me all the acrylics and give me all the superwash because I'm making a sweater for my dog. Also, what happens when you have a superwash wool is when you block it, it's going to stretch because there's no grip to it. So things will slide against each other. And that happens with alpaca too because the scales are so small. So you have to be careful. You were talking about a DK weight sweater. A DK sweater in entirely alpaca will probably grow over time
Oh, definitely.
under its own
It's
weight.
blended.
Yeah.
I've
Oh,
seen it.
blended is totally better, and we'll talk about that too.
Yeah.
So this is a pre-blocked swatch. This is a post-block swatch. Same fiber, same yarn, same knitter, same size needle, but you can see that this one is bigger than this one. And that sort of growth, it gets even more prominent. And I'm sorry, this is a darker swatch, but this is a bigger needle, same yarn again, same knitter. This is pre-wash, this is post-wash. And I always tell people the reason why we gauge swatch is that you can see not only are you getting the gauge you want, but do you like the fabric you're making? Because I don't want to make a sweater that does this.
We didn't
Right.
talk a lot about blocking instructions in this presentation, but this is a really good reminder. And I tell all of my knitting and crochet students, make sure when you measure gauge that you have washed and blocked your swatch prior to measuring for gauge. Because as Ingrid just showed you, we have two different sizes, same yarn, same needle. When we want to talk about a garment, of which a sock is, when we want to talk about if that's going to fit someone, we want to know if that's going to fit after it's been washed and blocked.
And because we know your socks are going to be super wash for the most part, we can expect them to grow a little bit. So making them a little bit small with a little negative ease is smart. Next slide, please.
Ooh, fiber content. So we covered the two kinds of wool first because we wanted to eliminate some confusion between what a lot of times we call wool and then what we alternately call superwash. And that, of course, superwash is wool, but superwash is treated wool. And I like to refer to wool as like real wool, unshrink treated wool, because it's really hard to make that distinction. And the yarn companies are starting to use some different superwash processes, what I call the mechanical process of descaling versus the polymer coating or the resin coating. There's different ways to do it now. And some brands will tell you that, they don't polymer coat anymore for, eco-conscious, that type of thing. I have not machine washed a lot of the newer versions that are non-polymer coated because it does scare me that they might felt still. Like I still am personally hand washing those. I've done a couple of tests and they've seemed fine. I just haven't washed it like 30 times to tell you if that truly performs the same way as the polymer one. So be cautious. And then the other thing about the polymer coated superwash is that's care instruction, usually now no dryer still, because we have a resin coating the fibers. Dryers are hot, that heat melts off the resin, and you wind up with a situation where you can affect the hand and feel of the textile, but then also you can start removing some of its shrink treatment over time. Now, granted, if you've worn it that many times and so forth over time, you've probably worn the sock out before you've worn out its washability for wear. But those are things to kind of keep in mind. So if you make socks or sell socks or give them away as gifts, which obviously with the sock machine is probably fairly likely that you're going to be doing that, care labels are important, basically, is sort of what we're getting down to. There's a lot of different kinds of natural fibers out there, though, that you can compare and contrast with. The answer to wool blend things is often cotton. Cotton works on our sock machines, and there are a number of cotton sock yarns out there. There's a number of things blended with cotton to make cotton-based sock yarns, including cotton wool combos, cotton synthetic combos, of which normally is nylon and that type of thing. But of all these natural fibers up here, you will see sock yarns out there. Some of them are more niche ones and not very common that probably have a little bit of all of this in there in a lot of cases. Content is very different than the thickness of your yarn, which is a gauge. And we're going to talk about that kind of separately. But on your yarn labels and so forth, you're going to start seeing these different fiber contents on there and where they come from. You have two types of Fibers, for natural fibers in general, you have animal-based fibers, which are referred to as protein fibers, and you have plant-based fibers, which are usually cellulose fibers. Um, they behave very differently from each other, and even within their categories, they can behave very differently. Some can grab on themselves and shrink like wool. Some can be slippery and very smooth, like silk can be, and even alpaca. Alpaca is a much smoother fiber than wool, and I believe it's hollow as well, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It's
So,
modulated,
but you have wild contrasts in scientific
So-
properties of
So a
monkeys.
lot of those softer fibers, the two things that make them softer are the micron count, which means it's a finer fiber. If it's a low micron, but also the scales. When we were talking about those scales, if it's a proud scale, it's going to be one of those more rustic, scratchier type fibers, which I have a little bit of a version of it here. And then, like with your alpacas, silk, kiviot. Here, this is baby llama.
Like I was gonna say, I've got some.
Yeah. No, it's close. But any of those more luxury fibers or ones that are smooth or extruded are going to be slippery because those scales are either not present at all or they're just so close to the body of the fiber.
Some of the luxury fibers, the issue you can run into with textiles in general with luxury fibers is sometimes they're short fibered coats too that are used in the staple length. Yes, the staple length or the length of the fiber itself isn't very long, and that can be whenever we have 100% of something, meaning we have a yarn or something that is 100% of each of these contents, you have some huge advantages to what that may be. It may be luxuriously soft. It may be just the most beautiful sheen. It may do some things really, really well, but there's going to be also an equal negative detraction for that fiber depending on use that's out there. 100% cashmere's biggest negative is going to be the price. You know, in terms of just attacking one of the luxury fibers, it's also not going to be a very durable fiber. And on something like a sock where we have wear on the heel and on the toe area of it, those are going to wear out really, really quickly on some of these that are 100% of something. Cotton, to attack on the cellulose side a little bit, 100% cotton isn't always the best fiber either, because cotton likes to stretch and grow, but then when we launder and dry it, it's going to shrink back in. And our laundry machines are built for this process to wash them, and then the dryer sort of shrinks them back into shape. And there's this constant cycle of growing and shrinking and growing and shrinking. Yeah.
And it doesn't have elasticity.
And it doesn't, yeah, that's the second point. It's not elastic on its own.
Yeah. If you are curious, especially if you're a weaver, if you're curious about fiber attributes, there's this really great book by Bette Hochberg, Bette Hochberg, Hochberg. It's called Fiber Facts, Fibre Facts. And it lists all the different attributes of different types of animal and man-made and cellulose fibers. So it's really an intriguing book, but it's good for spinners, it's good for weavers, but it's a very good thing to reference for this as well.
Let's check out our next slide on synthetics and blends. You're going to find in the craft yarn marketplace, most yarns are going to be some sort of blend, especially for sock yarns. Namely, for sock yarns, you're going to find that there's been some percentage of nylon added to it. Nylon is added for durability and stretch, more so for durability. Nylon has some stretch to it, but its biggest property is that it wears forever. If you've ever gone carpet shopping, you know, there's regular like acrylic olefin carpet, which is usually the cheaper carpet. And then the better high quality carpet is usually like 100% nylon. And that's because nylon is such a hard wearing fiber that you can walk on that carpet for decades and it'll be fine. And usually if you upholster your steps and carpet or that kind of thing, they'll tell you, make sure you pick out a nylon carpet. I have an interior design background too. So I deal with a lot of textiles.
We often in the store, if somebody is looking for an all natural fiber and they do not want the synthetics, we will say, okay, find something with at least 20% bamboo or 20% silk in it, 15 to 20% silk, and that will give that strength, not elasticity, but the strength that the nylon can do as well.
Silk's an incredibly resilient and strong fiber, and I think it gets a bad rap because of like 100% silk garments that are just a really lightweight material, and then people machine wash them and the care isn't quite taken the way that should be. But when that silk is carded into the fiber and spun into yarn, it really does wear like iron. So silk is like kind of nature's natural nylon, and then
and it wicks.
And it wicks sweat well.
And then bamboo is antimicrobial too, right?
Yeah,
So
bamboo is
nice for
antimicrobial.
socks.
You'll find a lot of yarns out there that incorporate polyester into them too. Whether the yarn has nylon or acrylic or polyester in, I guess it's really, pretty much doing the same thing in general, for the reason why they're blending it in there. When you find yarns that are sock yarns, so to speak, or fingering weight yarns, and they have a high amount of polyester or a high amount of acrylic in them, you might want to think twice about it, specifically for socks because of breathability. So if we're wearing socks and we're wearing them in our shoes and our feet are sweating and we have a lot of moisture going on and foot odor and those kinds of things, polyester and acrylics and nylons, to be just very forward, they're a plastic and they are a solid barrier and they are not going to wick moisture except for a few of the really super high-end man-made fibers that fall into a different category that we're going to cover next. But traditional acrylic and traditional polyester, these are not moisture wicking fibers. And if we put them on our feet and we put them in our shoes and we have 100% polyester socks on, they're going to be very hot. Our feet are going to sweat and we're going to have a lot of moisture trapped in our feet. And that's not good foot health either. So blends, you're going to find every combo of these fibers blended together. And it's for a lot of different reasons. And we've kind of given you a chart here. The typical thing that we're going to find in sock yarn land and CSM world is our blend of wool, of superwash wool, be it superwash merino, superwash whatever sheep breed that they're using, mixed breed, whatever it is, that's strength treated, with a percentage of nylon added to it for strength and durability. And that's going to be the bulk of what you're going to find for sock yarns that we're going to encounter. There are a number of sock yarns made notably with cotton and nylon added to it together, or sometimes there's stretch versions of those yarn that have like cotton and a lycra, like a stretch type thing on it. But that is what you're going to find commonly out there.
And generally the percentage is 75 superwash wool, 25 nylon.
80-20 is pretty common too. Whenever I teach like hand spinning and we talk about like what percentages do we blend to start getting things to be a little bit more stable, I always say, well, most mills, that produce these things, their general starting point is like a 20%, sort of addition of something. So you have 100% alpaca that can grow and stretch because of smooth things. The usual thing is like, let's put at least 20% of real wool with it to give it some structure, or more of something else. I see a lot of alpaca acrylic type things or alpaca cotton type things that are 50-50s, that are 70-30s, that up that percentage of the other fiber to give it sort of best of both worlds in it for its for strength and for performance in it.
I'd like to mention when we're talking about wool too, is wool is not wool. So it's similar to if you say meat, I want a meat taco. I want to know what kind of meat, right? Like I just don't want
mystery
a meat taco,
meat,
right? And we've been seeing, right? I do. But if you're talking about wool, breeds of sheep is similar to breeds of dogs. There are different characteristics to different breeds of wool. So we've seen a lot more recently as far as availability of wools that are breed specific. So BFL, which is blue-faced Leicester, or Merino, or Rambouillet, or Cormo, CBM, and that's okay. You don't need to know, but just know that like a Gotland, which is a Swedish sheep, is better for weaving, and mohair is from a goat, and that is better for weaving as well, but it gives strength. So when you look at something that says wool, it says wool because it is from a sheep. And that is what they are required to say on the blends. But if you can know the breed and get to know your breeds, you will understand and love your sock selections better. I mean, we've all touched the Schockenmeyer probably sock yarn, which is, ooh, that is really rustic sock yarn. And in America, we tend to be a little bit more prissy with how we want it to be soft and smooth and such, and that's probably going to be more likely a super merino.
Yeah.
But they don't hold up as well. So there's always a pros and cons and give and take. But the more educated you are as a consumer of what's going into your materials, the happier you'll be with the product you're making.
Yeah. I'm a merino lover. I make everything out of merino because it's so soft, and the finer micron count on the merino, the softer it is. And there are other sheep breeds out that are certainly wonderful and soft and
Merino's the one that's mass produced. So you are more likely
you're gonna
to see
find it a little bit more
as opposed to cottage industry such.
Traditional wool for a lot of fiber arts things revolves around even like Shetland, which is a sort of heritage UK breed. And technically merino is too. It's just been deployed across the world and raised everywhere.
Yeah.
You mentioned blue face. That's becoming a little bit more common. You start to see that showing up in yarns a little bit more. It's kind of been elevated in popularity. If you can find a yarn that has a Rambouillet in it, that's actually like there's not many. Rambouillet is
Especially in sock.
especially in sock. But if you can find it in sock, it would be like a gem. I'd say buy what you can, because Rambouillet is soft like merino. It is the French cousin to merino. So you have Rambouillet in France, you have merino, in the UK. And what's different about Rambouillet is the fiber is crimpy. So it's curly like my hair, and not stick straight like merino is. Not
okay.
Well, okay, it's okay, but
I disagree, but okay.
But Rambouillet is crimpy, and when that is spun,
crimpy yarns are springy.
It's springy and has some stretch to it. And that extra stretch in your sock yarn is a really nice quality.
And if you happen to see something called Shaniko, it's Shaniko, that's the American version of a Rambouillet merino blend.
Yeah.
And it's becoming more of a thing. It's a newer thing, but if you see it, it's good stuff. Yeah. Go ahead.
You want to take on viscose?
No.
Okay.
It's like Play-Doh. Viscose is Play-Doh.
We'll take the next slide on viscose.
Viscose is slurry.
Explain what you meant by the merino wool. There's different grades of it.
There are. So if we take one little piece of fiber, one little hair off of our sheep's head,
true with any sheep.
with any
it's not
sheep,
just merino.
yeah, they're not just merino. Depending on where they were raised and what their breeding is, like what kind of sheep they are and the diet that they have had, and this actually where they are in the diet that they have is actually going to influence this micron count more so than even
and the
breed. But you can raise the same sheep in the mountains somewhere that has to pick at for their food, and you can also raise them on a really fertile pasture in the Midwest, and you're going to get two wildly different coats off of them.
Yeah.
Because the healthy one is going to have thick,
Crimpy hair.
It's not as nice.
It's not as nice.
Yeah.
It's not as nice.
When they don't have a great diet, their fiber is finer.
Yeah. When they have to struggle, they're going to have.
It can be thick. Yeah.
Can be thick. Also, the first shearing, is going to be much finer from baby sheep,
And
so
whether the animal's breeding or not
it-
breeding,
yeah.
yeah, it doesn't.
And also how well,
A non-breeder.
yeah, how well they're cared for just in general for their coat, for the quality of their experience. I mean, some of the sheep, farmers and breeders, that are out there, some of them like net them, and they're like, they have pretty little,
They have jackets.
they have little jackets and
Have
all of the
jackets
things,
as the face grows. Yeah. Yeah.
It's cold outside.
the fiber from sheep is actually the way that this goes, usually in the industry, the last byproduct that most things are cared about, namely milk and meat and that type of thing is really what sheep are raised for in general. And there's not a lot of them that are purely raised for fiber alone.
About how many good years can you get out of an animal's fleece?
I am not a farmer, and that is an in-depth, different special
I
presenter
don't
than
know
us.
that one. But I will say rug yarn is 30 microns ish.
Yeah.
And then on the finer side of things, like baby alpaca, baby llama is around 16 microns. Generally speaking, your merino is going to be around 21 microns. A super
23.
fine, like normal would be 19 to 23.
Yeah.
And then 16 is a fine merino. Never.
Hardly ever.
No.
If it's a luxury merino that, like, say there is 16 micron merino and it's going to cost you a lot more, they'll label that and say this is 16 micron merino type of a thing, because the price is going to be exponentially more.
In the alpaca world, in llama world, you'll see the word baby. It does not mean baby. Baby is a fineness in this terminology. So they're talking about the 15, 16 micron if it says baby on there, but you're not. Micron count usually is listed in before it's spun. So in rovings, you can see that.
Our next slide is on viscose, and I don't want to deep dive into viscose, but I wanted you to have an awareness of one type of man-made fiber, basically. Viscose are man-made fibers that come from natural materials. Traditionally, and really like the first one would be the reprocessing of wood pulp or cotton and treating that chemically and re-extruding the fiber.
That's rayon, tencel.
It would be rayon. So when we see a label and it says that there is rayon in it, or if it purely just says viscose, those are one and the same. That's confusing to a lot of people when we look at things. Rayon is a brand name. So, there are certain restrictions within brand name and trademark that the word rayon can be used across things. Viscose is sort of its more general term. So this is something to kind of be aware of. There's nothing wrong with there being rayon or viscose in your sock yarn, and it may be added as a sort of faux silk because it is a smooth, shiny fiber. I would, if it was me and I wanted to put viscose in a particular yarn, I'd probably add it in alongside cotton, still with some nylon kind of a thing, to add some sheen and that a more like artistic effect to things.
It also takes dye differently.
Yes.
So if you're going to make a full-on sweater and you don't have the same dye lot, you will see a difference because the viscose fibers are very lightweight and they're very hard to measure in weight so that two batches will be equivalent. So if you're dyeing using a chemical dye, acid dyes for the wool portion of it, the bamboo doesn't take it the same. So you might look at the two skeins and see that they look the same, but when you knit it up, they are not going to look the same. There will be a stripe in it. So that's just something to think about.
All of the various things that are listed on this slide are some of the different types of things made using a viscose process, basically, that are out there. More so in sock yarns, you will start to see things like tencel, also called lyocell, out there. One of the things about viscose is traditionally its care label is going to say that rayon and viscose are dry clean only. And the reason they say that on it is because the Achilles heel to viscose is that the fiber is weak when it is wet with water. It's actually very strong when it's dry. Um, uh, so that's why its cleaning code has always been dry clean. And that's usually assigned to things when we're talking about commercially made fabric and other textiles that we're wearing. When you have it, even if you had 100% viscose or rayon yarn and it was made for hand knitting, that fiber allotment in that, that yarn is so much thicker than the threads that are in your, say suiting or a shirt or something like that, that may be rayon, that those can be hand washed, within a hand wash process safely. And you don't have to worry about necessarily having those dry cleaned and dealing with the chemicals from dry cleaning. But there are probably some things out there that, it says dry clean, you should probably dry clean it. Because of that fact. And some of that is just getting a little bit wise of, is this a thick fiber that's going to stand up to me getting it wet for a little bit? Or is this something that's super delicate and it's made out of 100% or a really high percentage of rayon or viscose? That's a dry clean fabric.
And I'm pretty sure that you're not going to be seeing sock yarn with that.
No, but this is where
Could you imagine having to dry clean yourself?
this is where I'm tying back to a little bit of, I like to raise smart knitters. I always say this because we have yarns that can come in fingering weight, number one weight, that are the same. We're going to get to weight in a little bit here, that are the same thickness of yarn that may go through our sock machine. Just because we can make a sock out of something doesn't mean we should make a sock out of something. But
doesn't mean you should wear it.
there are boxes on this page that would make good socks. So Tencel's big difference between rayon and Tencel is that Tencel is a very strong fiber that is made in a viscose process that is actually stronger when it is wet. So that's the big difference between the two. So that's why you start seeing Tencel socks out on the market. And because they're highly durable, they do wick moisture. And if they are wet, they're actually even stronger. So if you sweat in a Tencel sock in your shoe, you're not going to harm it in the least. You're actually helping it to some degree. And then you have other things out there like bamboo viscose. So when we see bamboo yarns on our shelves, of which I sell several, I'm sure you have a few, this is very common out there. These are bamboo fiber that has been chemically reprocessed and turned into a yarn. It is, and there are, to add to bamboo, there is eucalyptus yarns made from eucalyptus fiber from eucalyptus trees. There is seaweed fiber made from seaweed and all these other renewable resources, sugarcane and aloe vera plant. We have yarns in all of these various ways that are viscose yarns that are, generally speaking, not usually even, they're usually blended with something else, because for durability, strength, or to just, they're all very slippery yarns to knit with too when they're at 100%.
If they're 100%, that ball just barfs.
They are in general, these are artificial silk recreations in their purest form. And that's how they behave working with them. That could be something you want, but it's going to be a pain depending on what you're making. But these blended in with your sock yarns are going to add some really unique qualities for softness, for strength, for sheen, for durability in a lot of cases. And that's why they're in there. You're going to start to see them in there. Questions? Next. Oh, this is totally you.
Okay, yeah, this is all me. Okay, so if the first question is, if the first question is, are you going to wash it in a washing machine? The second question is, what kind of thickness of yarn are you looking for? So I realize that you guys are in the sock world category, but I wanted to show you what this means. If you look at the Craft Yarn Council's numbering system, which is on the far left of this slide, you'll see that 0 is a lace weight, And then we go up to jumbo, which is a super chunky. In our knitting world, we're usually in the number 3, number 4 to DK to worsted. So when we're looking at the numbers is an American numbering system. The words are what's used the rest of the world for the most part. So when you're looking at yarn labels, this happens to be a Norwegian yarn. It's Ralmagarn. It's Finul, which is their fine yarn. It is considered a heavy fingering or a light DK sport sort of weight. So this is a 1 to 2 range. It is a lower twist yarn. It's a 2-ply. The reason why I show this is that the whole conversation of superwash is new, right? We've been making 100% wool socks for millennia prior to the advent of superwash. So this is the kind of sock yarn that Norwegians would do on a size 1 knitting needle, maybe a 1.5. And I'm talking US terms with that because I don't have my metric terms for it.
It's like 2.5 millimeter type of a thing.
Yeah, so the concept of using 100% wool sock is older. Blending is a newer concept, of course, with all these man-made materials. So the whole thing is this something I promote as a sock yarn? No, I don't. I promote our sock weight fingering with at least 3 plies, probably 4 plies or more. Very tight twist. So this is a higher twist than this. Both of these can make socks. This is superwash, and it again has a certain percentage of nylon to it. So it really depends on who you are in making the sock and what it is you're trying to do, whether you're doing a traditional Norwegian bunad, which is a formal costume, versus wearable everyday socks.
The one thing I want to point out about these 2 yarns too, specifically, because a lot of our yarns are made for hand knitting. So when you talk about sock yarns for hand knitting versus sock yarns for machine knitting, we're talking about 2 totally different things. This low twist, more traditional yarn is perfectly fine, and you're not going to have any problems with it hand knitting with it. But depending on the yarn, if it's a low twist yarn and a heritage yarn that might be more appropriate for hand knitting, that could break easily in some knitting machines.
The tension is high. Also, it's going to be a splittier if on your hooks.
And it's going to be loftier and fuzzier in general.
Yeah, exactly. And so in this world, none of this is appropriate for your knitting machine. But I wanted you to know if you go into your yarn shop or you become yarn curious on other aspects, because most of us are fiber arts curious and want to go down all the rabbit holes or some of the rabbit holes, right? We all
say on knitting machine, is that any kind of knitting machine or
Yeah.
just the CSM?
No, so
fuzzy,
whether
lumpy yarn you don't want to use on.
So I guess the comparable here, if we're talking about sock weight yarn, meaning number 1 weight yarn, and the yarn council chart here, and we've kind of highlighted that, we're talking about super fine, also called fingering weight yarn. That is what most of our sock machines are built to handle in general. We can go up as high and as thick sometimes as sport weight, as that number 2 weight on this particular chart. But we have to recalibrate the tension on our machines to do that. And once we set the tension on our machines, we usually try to stick to 1 weight of yarn, because other weights get to be a little bit of a problem in terms of the fabric coming out the way we want to. That tension and the latch needles that we have on our machines is putting so much more force on our yarn than someone with 2 knitting needles is usually doing. The comparable to this weight of yarn for other types of knitting machines that would be available for handcrafting. So we talk about a flatbed knitting machine. Those come in different gauges. Okay, so on your traditional flatbed knitting machine, we're going to have a 4.5 millimeter spacing on the needles, and that is basically made for number 1 weight and finer. Again, oh my God, we've gone this long.
Yeah,
So
we need to speed it
we're
up.
going to speed it up here.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Do we still have somebody's flip slides? Yeah. Oh, okay. We'll go a little bit faster here.
Yeah,
Because we want to be able to answer some questions too. The point here was that yarn construction for other types of yarn arts is extremely wide. There's a breadth of the way that they're made. This is a single, which means that it's a felted thick yarn. I might make something like a cowl with this, but I'm never going to make socks with this because it won't hold up. So if you become yarn curious in other categories, you don't need to know all of these things, but you need to know that they are a thing. So let's see. Can we skip that?
We can. I'm gonna just give a brief thing here. You're getting 3 handouts following this. One is this one on my super extensive yarn chart that gives you the Craft Yarn Council's image, gives you the heritage names, needle sizing, wraps per inch. It covers knitting, crochet, and rigid heddle weaving. Your next handout you're going to get is your caution on how yarn comes packaged, which is a whole conversation of itself, but the handout is pretty self-explanatory about it. The biggest thing is, remember, if it's a hank, it's not ready to be used, and you need to wind it for use for your machine. Ideally, you wind anything coming in craft yarn version onto a cone for your knitting machine. That's going to be the best way for it to go through.
If it comes like this in a yarn shop, you're going to want to wind it into a ball for knitting or crochet as well, as opposed to this
Is it
bullet.
like a ball like a cake?
Yes.
Could be a cake.
Cake, ball. That handout goes through all the terms. You got a little graphic there. Bullet skein, hank. This is a hank. They can look different depending on the size of the yarn too.
Yeah. Don't be shy to ask your yarn shop owner.
That's what we're there for.
Okay, I wanted to talk about reading the yarn label, but I don't think we have time. So if you guys do want to talk about this, I will do that with it after we close up. But the next one, I wanted to talk about this because you will see worsted weight yarn and worsted spun yarn. Okay, almost all commercial yarns that you're seeing off the shelf are worsted spun. What that means is on the left-hand side of this slide, we are seeing the fibers as they're prepared to go into the machine. So, or hand spun. So in a worsted prep model, you have the fibers aligned parallel. You have all the shortcuts, like when they shear the sheep, they go over the sheep and then they go over again. Everything is aligned parallel. There are no lumpy bumpies in it. So what you are doing, what you are using for your sock machines are almost always going to be a worsted, a worsted spun type. When you're looking at a woolen spun, the fibers are spun perpendicular and the twist is allowed into the drafting zone. What I want to show you here is I've got 2 tweed yarns. This one is actually a Donegal tweed from Ireland. They're both, the tweed means that there's a little pieces of yarn that are fibers that are in there that are caught into the mass as it's being spun. I can pass these around or you can come up too, but the tweeds in the worsted spun can actually be pulled out. You can actually just pull out these little neps because what happens when you're drafting parallel, they pull in at different rates. The longer fibers get pulled in differently than the shorter fibers. Whereas if it's spun in a tornado, the little fibers are trapped in there. So if you're looking at what I would call more of a true a woolen spun tweed, it's going to capture those. This is more elastic. It is more insulative. It is not as great for stitch definition though, and it's not as durable as this. This is going to felt a little bit easier, but this is going to be more dense and shinier and usually spun a little bit tighter.
The light twist hand knitting yarns that might not be good for machine that I was talking about could fall in this woolen category. That would be an indicator of when you're shopping. Your strong yarn for sock is going to be multiply worsted spun, not worsted weight. That term gets, if you read through this presentation carefully, when you get the slides, we tried to call out that there's a difference between worsted weight, probably better called medium weight in the US, number 4 weight. You're looking for weights that are number 1 weight, but you're looking for a construction, the way the yarn was made, that's called worsted.
This is what we're talking about. Not all, like this guy, the foreign ones aren't going to have these numbers on them.
Let's skip to the next slide. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, on how it's made, but yarns are made up of different plies and constructions, and some of these are going to be better for socks or not. Generally speaking, your sock yarns are going to fall in this 3 or 4 ply or more. Some of the chainettes might work well for socks, depending
Not
on
this one,
not that one,
'cause
depending
this'll
on
get
how they're
caught in
made.
your hooks.
Yeah. If it's
Yeah.
a really
Nightmare.
if it's a really fine chainette, that could work well. But I would steer towards your traditional 4 ply sock yarns.
Waiting, we got a line.
Sorry.
Okay.
There's a slide here next. We're kind of just gloss over it. These points we talked about are on there. On your yarn label, you're going to have care instructions of these little symbols. I'm not going to go through them all, but we've given you a decoder. One of the other handouts you're getting is the handout version. If you want to forward to the next slide here, there's a handout version of this that you can post in your laundry room or wherever you're doing your blocking and that kind of thing, and to make sure you give proper care for things. And these little hieroglyphics on your yarn label, this will help you decode those. Let's take next slide for a brief moment.
We are past 2 o'clock.
I know.
Okay.
I'm just going to flip through. I'm going to just flip through the last slides here.
Okay.
You have one back. You have a suggested little notions. Next slide beyond that is just about us. And if you want to connect with us, you'll have the information for us on our websites and any further questions you have.
And I'll bring this out to the corridor, so if you guys want to get some hands-on with some of these and talk about them, we can get out of them. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we'll answer questions out there. Back.
I'm like, oh, Amanda, what's your, I have a broken unicorn. Oh, I follow you. Oh, I don't know what to say.
Is that on Facebook?
Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
Can you repeat that again? I just turned on your mic.
It's on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. It's Broken Unicorn Crafts.
That's how I know. TikTok.
I Yay.
Make your phone beaches.
She's Joanna.
Wait a minute. We're talking.
I get it. You're good. I'm just doing the cast on bonnet real quick. So what we're gonna do with salvages, we're gonna do two. We're gonna do the E-wrap and then the traditional Juana's salvage, not the 4 or 5 different other ones I managed to find online the other night. I do have a couple of samples here.
Do you want to pass them around?
Yeah, actually. Joanna, would you be my lovely assistant? So the glitter sock has an E-wrap. And the other purple, because I can't tell I like purple, has a traditional Juana salvage. And we're just gonna pretend that there's not a drop stitch on there. I did that 15 minutes ago. Just in a hurry, so we have a sample.
Shouldn't just come over and take my stuff.
I didn't know you 15 minutes ago.
You should just come over and borrow mine.
If you wanted to show a drop stitch, I could help you with
I
that.
feel like
No,
there are
that would
plenty of
be-
volunteers for that one. But those are the two. I do sell a lot of socks and I make a lot of customs, and the E-wrap looks really pretty. And it's easy to do and it doesn't stress me out. So I do a lot of E-wrapping. It also holds up well in the washer. The Juana's is nice too. I really like it. I struggle with the 3-row or the 2-row hung hem. And I utter a lot of words you shouldn't say in public when I do that one, so I wasn't gonna demonstrate. But we can talk about it if you want to. Let's see, Anita's not here. I was gonna say, Anita did a really good video on it on YouTube. And I like following her videos, so let's make sure I'm keeping track and doing the right things. And there's this,
You have a microphone on, I'm having a harder time hearing.
I do not, but there's plenty of chairs up here if you want.
Oh, I wanted to write, so.
Oh. I can try to talk louder.
Okay, thank you.
I will try not to yell, but also talk louder. What part did you hear me about the E-wrap, that I like it because it's a little, okay. I know there's several other salvages out there. I don't know all of them. I know there's like an in-out and an in-out and like all kinds of variations. Those are just up to you to kind of try them and see what you like. I've tried several of them. I really like the E-wrap. It's simple, it's quick. I do all the needles, put the needles on the river, boom, it's done. Oh, my yarn ball. So, and then I like my ripcord. This is just braided fishing line. So now, because we're doing the knee wrap 3/4 of the way around, stop at the bottom. Lift your needles out of work. I forgot my crescent tool. So we're gonna pretend I didn't do it this way.
You got one not all the way up.
Yeah, thank you. And some of you have quite a bit more experience than I do. So if you see me doing something wrong, or if you see a better way, holler. I am not afraid of correction. So this is our working yarn now. Sorry about getting my arm right there. And it's just what it's, you've heard everybody say it. It's a cursive letter E. And if you're in the generation that doesn't know cursive, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Find a different salvage, I guess.
Clockwise. So this morning.
Don't throw me.
Class, they talked about tools to do E-wrap
Uh-huh.
and Joyce's and Dude, thank you, has a little gizmo. It is very convenient for.
I was looking at it. I'm waiting in line to get mine because I want one really, really bad.
Was to get a little coffee stirrer.
Yes.
Split it, stir, and then feed your yarn into that little slit
and it's like a little pencil tool that you can get in and out of the needles. I've used them both this morning.
Do you like it?
And Ed's tool. And Ed's tool is fatter
Uh-huh.
than stick, so you have to pay a little more attention to get it between needles. But it's very easy to get yarn in and out of. Stir stick is hard to get yarn in and out of. But it's very, very slender. It goes between.
But does it,
It's
does it make it easier? Because I'm that fast when I did.
I mean, that is fast there. For me, at least, yeah.
Yeah. I'm almost done. I've had a,
Which is, for me, a problem with E-wrap. I tend to E-wrap too tightly and then get those stump spots. And so, to keep the tension nice and loose, not holding the yarn or manipulating it directly, using that tool instead helps it be consistent. So I did find it to be valuable, whether you're using the straw or as special little $7 tool.
I can use the straw about 6 or 8 times before I blend it where it's like hard to deal with.
that is an E-wrap.
This is what you're doing.
Yep, yep.
Oh, wow.
And I really like that one.
Do you think it did if you went clockwise? No, it's clockwise. Clockwise. Clockwise or wait, counterclockwise.
You can do either. Yeah.
Just makes a difference.
Just as long as you stay consistent on every single needle and go the same direction, it doesn't really matter.
So in which way you wrap it, which way? Does it like counterclockwise, clockwise?
I just do my little loop-de-loos. Yep. As long as you're going the same direction every time, it doesn't matter. And I might have just messed up. So I have a new ribber. I've had it for 2 days. And so my old ribber, I would have to come to here, and this ribber, I have to stop back here. So I'm gonna put needles in the wrong spot. Pretend you didn't see that. We're still getting used to each other here. I swear I know what I'm doing.
You're doing it well. There you go.
Oops. And then my disc is wrong. There we go. Not that y'all are making me nervous or anything. I had the old style ribber, so this is just different enough that it's throwing me off. All right, so I'm gonna put these over here so I'm out of your way. All right, so we're lined up. Got it all going. I'm gonna start, normally I would start here, but as you can see, I went just a little too far. So we're gonna start.
Pull the up in.
Can I? Ooh. Hey, we're all learning something today.
Because I did that exactly.
Okay, so can you just back up just a little bit? So pull it forward. Flip it over. Yep. And this one is always, because it's, you know, the ending, it's a little messy.
You're transferring it before you actually knit that
Mhm.
stick that.
No, that got knitted. So I went one around, I went 3/4 of the way around. Yep.
So you E-wrap, go 3/4 of the way around and
then start
hitting
it.
your
Yep.
needle.
Right. And then, oh, that's what's not going to go. Thank you, Joanna.
You can go to essentially any rib
Yep.
that you want.
Yep. I do 1-to-1 and then I'll do 3x3 or 3x1. The glitter socks are that they're 1x1 for 30 rounds. And then 3x1 for 40. Because those are for me, so they're the way I like them.
So you do 40 rounds on a 3x1.
Mm-hmm. And then I do 10 rounds of pre-heel with all the needles in, and that makes for like an 80-row leg.
So you're the one, so you had a full load of needles. So you're taking it out and adding it onto the rubber needle inside your transfer.
Yeah, just transferring it.
Okay, so you E-wrapped them all and went around.
3/4. Yep.
Can you show us how you do that transfer?
Yes. Now that I've dropped this stitch. Can I say it? Yeah. No, I have a little tool, pick tool. I had a little pick tool. Well, it's gone. So don't do that one. So all I do is I take the rubber needle and I pull it forward. And I catch it and pull it over the top. This yarn is just a little bit splitty, so sometimes it catches the cylinder needle. But it was brightly colored, so I thought it'd be good for a demo. That was a bit better. Now we're moving the other side. We'll get this down yet. So then I always crank forward slowly because this one is always kind of loose because, you know, it's the beginner stitch or the first stitch. And I dropped a stitch. That's excellent. Maybe they shouldn't have had me do a demo. I just dropped like 5 stitches.
So how, if you drop a stitch, can you usually recover it?
Sometimes.
With an E-rap?
Yeah, actually, that's what I dropped as an E-wrap. Found my pick tool. And so I'll show you how I do it. It doesn't always look like you're doing it right. And then when you're done, you can't see it. So
If you wrap, you drop the stitch. Yeah. That's great.
to be honest, this takes a little time.
So when you start your ribbing, when you start in your needles in, do you just start it with that little cut out part goes and then kind of go from there on your, is it tackle plate, the top part?
Yeah. You always want to start in front of this because once your rubber needles are under this part, you can't slide one in. It'll have to go all the way around before you can do it again.
Okay, so that's where you always start, then when
Mhm.
the river gets on, and then you always start at that one spot or next.
Yep.
Okay.
All questions are good questions. That was not a challenge. I can't see what the camera sees, so if you guys need me to slow down or do something, let me know. And then I was super confident in myself, so I only brought one pick tool. Usually I need two to do this, but as you can see, if you get really close there, there's gonna be two strands. Because it's gonna be the one that you E-wrapped and then the one that you knit around, right? So you wanna grab the bottom one. You can see that's the top one, so you gotta kind of go fishing, which is not my favorite pastime. To grab the one that would have been the bottom. And this is where two pick tools come in handy. And then you wrap it around.
Okay.
And then bring this one back over the top. And then just do your stitch.
Are you securing that end then? Is that what you're doing?
Yes. So I re-wrapped it.
That look awful easy.
It's,
She did.
I'm gonna tell you,
Do it, I don't.
that's an awful lot of practice.
How did she get so good at it?
I never fail. I'll drop one all the way over here and I'm like, I'm not starting this over. So I will sit there for half an hour and do it when it would have been faster just to start over.
I do that.
I keep looking at all the tables in there going, I need a bigger table. I have all this stuff that I like to bring around. So, and this one's gonna be loose. There. And then I don't know why that one dropped, but it did. It's not, it's the cylinder stitch, not the rubber. So it's same thing, except now we'll be knitting two off instead of. Maybe.
So you twist it like this, 'cause that's your E-wrap?
Yep. It just wanted to be sure that you guys got a really good view of the first repair, so it decided to give a second repair.
We need to see what we do in case like that, so we don't chop or stitches.
So the one, and there was two of them that fell, so. I am too, so
Okay.
we're all gonna turn blue here in a second. Just hoping I didn't mess it up again. Yay! Oh, I never took this needle out. So you'll do this sometimes? Where you put the rubber stitch or the rubber needle in? Try to remember to always take out that cylinder needle. Oops. And then normally from here, I would take out, you know, do the 3x1 and then make a sock. I'm just gonna take these rubber needles back out so you can see down the cylinder. And I'll show you how. So I put the cylinder needle in and I pull this forward and pop it over.
Oh, hard to see because the camera angles apart. Because you can't get your fingers to be invisible. What?
Right? You guys don't like looking at my rings?
Here, wait, that was a good shot.
They're pretty.
I have a friend that made me this one. He made it out of a knitting needle.
You do it, you know, I can't, if you want to do it like that. You have to put the two together and do it like that, that's the way I've always done it.
I am incredibly accident prone, and the time I did that, I cut myself. Like,
Really?
like bad, like, because I am
I just, again, I've done it a couple of days.
yeah, my superpower is injury in weird
I
ways.
think it's wrong, but it's probably, I need to practice that.
I'm gonna get in your way again.
But you're right, I just.
But I know there's,
I don't even know why I do it that way, because I don't like. Do things. And I have to imagine myself. If it hangs on my neck. Then I could see. Small. When I oops. It's the spring. You hold the spring. Over brain. Yeah. That makes sense. Both ways. And I do about 4 how we do it, everybody's different. That is different. Yeah. Years of experience in it. But that, I sense, like, I do that, it's like. And that's the way everyone, a lot of people do. Years ago, position. I just put it on there. It worked for me. So you're going to catch me. Nothing but. Yes, it's better for your fingers. And that's the reason why I do it the way I do it, because of the. I'm willing to try to find good points. But I'm saying I've done 1,000 times.
whoops.
No. Try to do everything. Just. That's how it's doing. Yes, but I haven't done it here. So that's.
I dropped it somewhere, so I gotta grab it.
Let's do that. But never, this is. What she's gonna do? I don't know the Greek thing.
There you go. Very pretty. I like this yarn.
Yeah.
So then, because I'm not making a sock. And then this is, I like bright colors. It usually goes smoother than that, but I fixed a couple of stitches, so the ripcord got a little pulled out. But there we go. And then when you,
I always thought it would not be as elastic.
yes,
And
it's super
like,
stretchy.
I've got to try it now, because I never had it where it was elastic like that.
You know, when you do it at the end, it really isn't.
I'm glad I could convince you. I got a thumbs up. Huh? Oh, you'd like it a post?
I'm gonna give this to you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
You're gonna react.
That's what it looks like inside. All right, thank you. Any questions while I get set up for the next one? All right. The downside is the setup is a little.
The river off to the heel.
I do, yeah.
Back on
Mhm.
for the top.
I don't knit the tops of my socks. Yeah. I do a lot of sale socks and I notice a lot of people don't actually like that. So like the ones I've done, I've never sold. So I just stopped doing it.
Yeah, so this one's this one's just 101, 301, and then the fine.
Yeah. And then that's what everybody.
Yeah, because if we're selling socks, it's like, you know.
Yeah, it's very putsy to do all that and I need to make so many in a day, so.
But yeah. Cylinder timer. 64 next.
She said she does, you do
So,
31.
well, I usually do 20. That's what that sock is. I usually do 20 to 25, but I was talking to somebody and next I had 30 rows of 1 by 1, so I just finished. I usually do 25, 20 to 25. This sock is, yes. And then I switch to 3 by 1 and I do 40 to 50. And then I do 10 rows of pre-heel, so all the needles back in the cylinder, just because I don't like having the ribbing on the back of my heel.
Yeah.
But I was talking to someone as I was making it, I lost track of my rows. So that one ended up with 30 rows of 1 by 1. I tried doing a cast on and doing one with all the needles in and then taking them out, transferring the stitch over. And I'd get to the rip cord and realize I never took the needles out or transferred anything over. So now I have to start with every other needle out of work if I want to do it right the first time.
But I'm curious because the fact is if I'm leaving all the needles in and do wrapping, that means I don't have to, if I want to do the second sock, then I don't have to do any taking out, putting back.
Yep.
Transferring. So that's really good, especially if you're making to sell socks.
That's another
That would be
reason I
good.
do that so much.
This one, you have to transfer your waist yarn needles over.
Yep.
And then,
Put all the
you know, and then go to do that and all. So yes, I'm anxious to try that. You're so now.
Do you didn't use the heel spring?
Nope.
Yep, she does.
So the first 2 rows with the E-wrap and that first row is so tight that you don't need the heel spring.
But I'm anxious to try yours and see.
Thank you.
So do you just, do you make a sock snake or do you?
So
start-
I do ripcord between all my socks, so I'll get I'll get one done and then as I get further up on the next one, I just take it off. I have cats and they think it is a great joy to swing at whatever is hanging off the sock machine.
And if it's a finished edge, so you rip it
I
off.
just rip it off and I toss it in the bucket and it waits for its mate and then I catch it near the toes.
Okay.
But I do like that because of the fact I don't have to transfer if I'm wanting to do a
Mm-hmm.
snake. Yeah. That's a really, because, yeah, because you're sitting there transferring needles. So I'm anxious to try it, yeah. I need to make the copy of this one, then I'll turn around. And try it.
I just took every other needle out to start my next, my rattle. Waist yarn. Just one point.
This is back. Just
This is just the bonnet. I figured y'all know what this part is by now, so.
Interesting the way you put the little ball in there.
It's because my cats are young, so they started off obviously as kittens, and if it goes bouncing across the floor, I don't get it back.
Yeah.
The one is so addicted to the waste yarn balls, I had to buy a glass jar with a lid because he learned how to open drawers and he learned how to rip open bags. So we had to convince him to not do that. I'm gonna grab this. I should unbump you. Interesting.
How many weights do you use?
So I have 2 on this one. I have my bumblebee stem weight with, and so that one seems to be a little heavier, so I just have the 1 on that one. It kind of depends on the yarn. Some yarn I'll have all 3 on there. This is Jean's favorite part of my process. And then ripcord. Ripcord, ravel cord. This is braided fishing line. I've been saying this before, except I'm gonna remember to stop back here. Oops, sorry. Apparently we're gonna discuss if we're gonna work today. The answer is not allowed to be no. Come on. See, I did it. Sorry, it's the little things. So this is Juana's. So we did 1 row, 3/4 of a row with our working yarn. And then we're just going to pull forward till you find that bar. My needles are in work.
And that's it?
That's it.
So nice and simple.
Did you just, I mean,
She grabbed the bar.
yeah.
Here, I'll go real slow. So I grab this needle and I pull it forward so I can see the bar between. Oops.
Yeah. And you have your grip for it.
Yeah, I have ripcord in there. I would be lost without it.
And so then the variations on ones are like to do in out in or.
Yeah, or
Two, this is the review, 2 rows on my one.
Years ago.
So I pick up 2 bars, but I guess
there's only 1 bar to pick up on this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can do 2 rows and then do this. There's a 2-row hung hem with the Juanas. I decided to refresh myself on how to do the Juanas, and I found like it was 4 variations, all called Juanas. And I'm like, okay, this is why people are so intimidated by this. It's because you can't find the same information twice.
Yeah.
So that is the reason.
Yeah, that's not right. My disc isn't sitting in there correctly, my rubber disc, so we're just gonna keep going.
Can you say again where you post your YouTube videos?
So I don't have YouTube, I have Instagram and TikTok. That's not right, so we're gonna, so my disc, Broken Unicorn Crafts. So technically, you're supposed to be every other one. My disc isn't sitting in here right, and I didn't catch it right away, so we're just gonna put these two side by side. Otherwise, my rubber needles are gonna come out and hit these cylinder needles, and we're not gonna be able to, I'll have to start over. Bless you. Well, this one's just gonna go somewhere because like I said, it's messed up. But it works enough that you get the gist of it. It's, you just pick up the bar and start knitting. And then if, you know, do as many rounds as you want. If you want to do 2 rounds and then go to a 3x1, if you want to do my 30 or 25 rounds and do 3x1, 5x1, whatever your little heart desires. Something got caught. Whoops. And that's why. Yeah, so we're done now because I broke it.
Thank you. Good to see you break this. I messaged you via.
I don't mind. I like breaking things on TV so that way it gives people a little bit more confidence.
Yeah.
That it's okay if you mess up. I've done 500-600 pairs of socks in the last couple of years. I still make mistakes
And
every other day.
everybody does. People who are new and think, oh no, I made a mistake. It's okay.
It's okay. All you do
It's
is
okay.
take everything out, maybe call Daryl. And call
Get some ice cream.
Yeah, start again. Well, I really do that.
Thank you so much.
You are welcome. And y'all know where I'm sitting. I'm sitting
Okay, how's everybody doing today? I know we're right on time, I think. So small class, which is great. I like personalized a little bit better. So how many new knitters do we have with us today? A couple? That's great. Thank you for coming and being with us. I hope you are actually knitting socks now. You can tell we're on our second day. No, not yet?
I haven't got a mission yet.
Not yet? Oh, okay. Have you been knitting socks yet or are you getting there?
Again,
It is a process.
I'm working on my heels, perfecting my.
Well, good for you. Good for you. Yeah, it is a process and it is something that don't rush. Take your time. If you're not enjoying what you're doing, step away from it. You know, I like to joke with folks and tell them when I started ribbing is when I started drinking. It was a lot easier to handle all the mistakes I made with a couple of tequilas. But today we're going to talk about maintenance on our machines. Machines are all made out of either aluminum, which is aircraft aluminum, or steel and some stainless steel. We don't use much regular steel. That pin is regular steel. That pin is regular steel, 8620 steel is what it's called. We don't use much because of magnetism. I don't know if anybody has experienced magnetism or not, but it is a bane of our existence. The little latches come up and down as we want them to. The arm will pull them into position. If it's magnetized, little latches don't go where they're supposed to. So I have personally dropped half of a cylinder worth of stitches because my yarn carrier was magnetized and when it ran around, it pulled the latches down when they were supposed to be up. So I would just dropping them left and right. Very, very frustrating. So that's something that we have to watch for. To take care of that issue, you can get, I believe eBay has them for around $20. You get what they call a degausser, which is a very noisy little machine, but they do an amazing job of demagnetizing things. I like to tell folks, if you do find magnetism, demagnetize everything. Your tools, your picks, your literally all of your needles, all the little pins, everything that looks like it's metal, demagnetize it. If you do half of it and then miss the one that's actually magnetized, it'll remagnetize everything all over again. So do it all. But sorry, I'm getting off subject. So we want to talk about lubricating our machine primarily. There's not many parts on it that we need to lubricate. When you start out with a newer machine, you definitely want to lubricate more. It should come from us at the factory with it pre-lubricated. Usually it's dripping off of it. That's how we start with it to make sure everything runs smooth. By the time we get it in the box, it should not be dripping anymore. When you get it at home and start cranking on it, you might see some drips. Put a towel, a rag, anything underneath it so you don't get your carpets. I know my landlord hated me because I had stains all over it. I'm like, sorry. We use of course, the oil spout oiler, which is a great oil. It's a machine, sewing machine oil. It works good. You can use virtually any oil, 3-in-1 oil, anything like that. This is convenient because normally they have the little spout that comes off of it. You all seen that? Love that little thing. Was very disappointed when mine disappeared. I think that Kim stole it personally. She liked that. And we also use petroleum jelly. Now, there were some folks that will tell you petroleum jelly is not a good lubricant. It's not an anti-rust inhibitant, which it's probably not. But, it's $2 for this giant thing that lasts me at the shop 5 years. And it does exactly what we need it to. We only use the petroleum jelly on a couple different things. We'll start at the top of our machine. We have a moving part here. So we want to take a drop of our oil spout and put it right behind where that little, I don't know if you can see it that way or not, right behind that little banana shaped thing right there. We're just going to put one drop of oil right back there and then actuate it a couple times and that'll work the oil in there. That's not a gear or anything like that. So it does not take but literally one drop and that'll hold it for quite a while. That's the only thing we need to lubricate on the top of it. When we get down to the actual mechanisms of it, we want to take our rubber dial out and we're going to go a little bit further this year than we have before. We're going to take our rubber dial apart. So take off your drive pin, loosen up the jam nut on the side of it, pull that out. That's as far as we need to go apart with it. We want to put petroleum jelly right there on that shaft. I did not bring a brush with me, which I should have, and I've been regretting that all week. Just a little bit to cover it. That's actually really heavy. Don't even need that much. Then put your rubber arm back together. And that petroleum jelly, I don't know if y'all have experienced it or not. When it gets warm enough, it'll melt and it will run down that pin with everything else. So you don't have to take it fully apart. There it goes. And cover it back together. So to put your back together, spin it, make sure that it spins free. Then we want to put a little bit on the post on the back. And we do that because where it goes together in the rubber arm holder here, the rubber arm holder is actually anodized and it is impregnated with graphite. So that is on the inside, helps it so this does not galled into each other. We had that happen before we started anodizing these, and you literally have to beat them apart. So keeping that little bit of petroleum jelly on it every couple times you put it in and out of your machine is a really good idea. Now, I like to tell folks too, when you're putting your rubber arm into it, that hole there and that post there are 1/1000th of an inch difference. Most folks don't know what that is. So if you take a piece of paper, the thickness of a piece of paper is 3/1000. So divide that by 3, take one of those and divide it in half. That's 1/1000. That's the difference between there and there. You can't see it. You can't measure it with normal tools. You have to have specialized tools to measure it with. So this is not going to go in unless it is straight up and down. And most folks, when they grab a hold of it, they grab a hold of it on the arch. And as you can see, just by nature, it's leaning forward. That's the way you're going to try to put it in, and you're going to fight it. I tell everybody to grab it by the spine. If you grab it by the spine, it's more natural for it to be flat and level. Then you can just drop it right inside of it, and it goes in 100 times easier. If it doesn't go down as far as it should, you hear that little click at the end where it sits on top of that screw. Pinch it right there, just pinch it. You don't want to force it. If it doesn't go easy, then stop, pull it back out, see what's going on. A lot of times you'll see you got some yarn fuzz or a broken needle or something that's obstructing it. Once it's in, just snug up your jam nut and it's back to being functional. For the function of the machine itself, we want to lubricate on top of all of the needle butts here, all the way around, and that would run in between our cylinder and our camshell. And then at the bottom of the camshell, between the rubber, no, sorry, not rubber, the what's that? Ring gear. The ring gear and the camshell. We want to lubricate right in that little slot right inside there. Is everybody familiar with the parts names of the machines?
Thingy, what's it and who's it?
Yeah, what you call it? Yeah, I start saying all these things and realize, oh, you don't mind, I know what I'm talking about. But that is the camshell, that is the ring gear. Of course, this is our entire our ribbing system, but the individual pieces, that little thing up here is a tappet plate, then the rubber dial, and of course our cylinder. That's the major parts. There's a few others that we won't worry about today. But if you oil here and then down here, that's a major part of the machine. And I run a bead all the way around it, both of those. Then I'll crank the machine around 3 or 4 times just to kind of work it in. Then on your V-cam, we want to put oil right across the top of your V-cam. Now, our V-cams are a free-floating system, meaning they will rock back and forth. I'm sure you all have seen that on yours. Now, it does have the potential to do a little rubbing and scratching on your machine over a period of time that you will see it. But the free-floating system is probably the best one to use. If you knit a lot of really heavy yarns that have a lot of fibers on them, you'll see that gathers up on your machine really fast. And if that gets jammed in between your camshell, it'll push it off to one side and it will not function properly. So with it floating around like that, it lets everything go. If it gets in this way, it'll push down past it. Best option for it. We also put, on the handle, way over here, there is a little hole on the top of your handle. All the handles have the same hole. We use that one and we put the Zoom Spot oil on that. If you want to be ambitious enough, which I prefer to do myself, I'm going to take the handle off and put petroleum jelly on that shoulder bolt. So we're going to loosen up that plastic nut. There's a jam nut back behind it here. We're going to loosen that up. Woohoo! I'm going to throw that at you. Then we're going to take that shoulder bolt all the way out. Hold it under your handle because you will drop it. I've done it 1,000 times. Then we'll take the shoulder bolt out. That is a shoulder bolt. You can see that one's got some good wear to it. And most of that is actually the oil. So we want to make sure it's clean, and anytime it's out, give it a quick feel. If you feel any scarring or burrs or anything like that on it, take a file or an emery cloth, anything of that nature, knock it down so we don't create any problems. And then we're going to take just a touch of petroleum jelly, wipe it on there, wipe it on the top half. I say the top half because when you slide it back in the handle, it's going to slide the rest of it down the whole thing. Then we'll put it back in, and this is an older machine. It does not have the 1-to-1 ratio option on it. So it only has one hole. Most machines will have two, one here and then a lower one. Remember that your reduced ratio pinion will go in the top hole. Your speedster pinion will go in the bottom hole. It's a terrible machine to bring to explain things too, because it doesn't have that. Okay. Tighten that back up, and when you put your handles on, even just coming to a crank in or at home, take the jam nut with your 1/4-inch Allen wrench, tighten it all the way up, then try to move your handle. Like now, my handle's locked up. I can't move it. That's because of the anodizing and the powder coating on it. Sometimes it's thicker, sometimes it's thinner. I wish we could figure out how to predict that. No clue. So put it on there, and then we're just going to back it off about 1/4 of a turn until our handle spins free. Once our handle spins free, put our jam nut on the back side. Come back here. And then snug it up. Hold the Allen wrench. Don't let the Allen wrench move. Snug it up with your 9/16 wrench. And all these tools did come in your goodie bag with your machine. Then you're ready to spin it around. And we've all had that drop issue with our machine where the handle will flop back down. That's alleviated by the plastic jam nut on the side of it, nylon. Just snug that up, and it should hold your handle 90 degrees, whether it be front or back. And that's really all that we have to do to lubricate the machine. If you want to clean it further, you can certainly take everything 100% apart, wipe it all down, and then re-oil it as you go, putting it back together. Start stacks with it. You put on your ring gear and then put a little bit of oil down. Drop your cam shell on it and put a little bit of oil down, and just all the way through until it's back together 100%. Your counter is the last thing that I would say to, well, you only have to do that once every month or so. And you can see where the arm of the counter meets the counter itself, the silver and the black. Put a drop of oil right there. Once you put it on it, just actuate it a couple, 3 or 4 times. That's it. That's all you have to do. There's not a lot to keep the machine lubricated, but definitely recommend you do it, especially when it's new. Over a period of time of doing it, the materials, which they're porous, they will get impregnated with the oil, and you won't have to oil it near as much. But in the beginning, definitely. Yes, ma'am.
Do you oil the top of the river as well for the river juice?
You can, absolutely, yes. If you hear some scratchiness, some rubbing, some difficulty with it, just drop a bead right in the center of the river dial, and then crank around a few times, and it'll spread it out for you naturally. That's another one that over a period of time you won't have to do anymore. But it does help it. That is a system where it sits right on top of each other. So it is going to do a little bit of rubbing because it is metal sitting on top of metal. You know, you could put bearings in there and things of that nature, but that's a whole different ball game. And this was replicated off of an antique machine. So we wanted to say as close as possible. Did a few improvements, mind you, but as close as possible. Yes.
So 2 questions. How often should you clean your machine?
That depends upon how much you did. You know, when I start seeing the yarn fuzz building up on my needles or around my tappet plate or anything of that nature, I take it apart and clean it.
And then when you do take it apart and you put lubricant on the bottom ring, is that petroleum jelly or is that?
That's the oil.
Oh.
Yeah, we can take this one apart real quick and do that. I don't know whose table this is, and I don't want to get oil all over it. The flathead screw.
Jelly closer to your yarn, that doesn't wash out as easily as the Zoom.
I never had that problem, so I couldn't tell you there. Petroleum jelly is it's a very touchy product because if you get it on your hands, it's hard to get off your hands. I can't tell you how many times I went home with wads of it on my pant leg because I just like my hands off. I guess that's,
It's used on the bolts, though, where it doesn't really come in contact with the sock, right?
yes, yeah. Most of the time, yes, because when you, like your rubber dial, yarn never gets near it. We put it on the bolt down here, yarn never gets near that. So should not be an issue. Flathead screws, very old. I don't, so was a machine, probably 15 years old. Another trick for you all too. If you've ever tried to take your cylinder out with needles in it, your V-cam will pull all those needles out and either throw them all over the floor. I don't know if anybody's ever done that. I probably lost $30 worth of them in my carpet, and the dog ends up picking them up somewhere. So take your needles and lift up a few inches of them. Doesn't matter, front, back, what side, it does not matter at all. And then crank your cam shell around so that the V-cam is under those needles that are lifted up. Then you can just lift the whole thing out and keep all your needles in place.
Oh,
Yeah. I spent many hours picking them off the floor until I figured out how to do that. Then we'll take our cam shell off, and you can see there's lots of oil on the inside of that cam shell and even on the bottom of it. And that is absolutely what we want to see. Without lubrication, anything that is metal, riding on metal, it's going to wear, and it's going to wear twice as fast. And that is a ring gear. We'll give it a quick wipe off. You can tell how well used this one is. Machine number 5, so it's been around a while. And this is literally all that I do to clean my machine is wipe it off. Anything that is bare metal, you want to wipe off and re-oil. That's a critical part. The base itself, this inside ring here, nothing ever touches it. So, but do put a little bit of oil on it just to help it so it does not rust. The outside 3 rings that I'm wiping off right now, those are the ones we definitely want to get oil on. And when we put it on the ring gear, it will work itself down and fall onto those lips and rings that are on the base itself, so you don't have to worry about that too much. But put it back on. Highly recommend everyone to start assembling your machine with anything that sticks up, being at the 6 o'clock position right in front of you. And by that, I mean the yarn carrier bar. And eventually, when we put the ring gear on, if it sticks up, put it right in front of you. There's hundreds of people that have put them together backwards like this, and that won't work. Your timing is off by a mile. So try to remember if it sticks up, right in a line with each other. We'll put that on, and we're going to run a bead of oil just on the inside of the bare metal. And good Lord, that's a lot. Then we'll take a cam shell. Same thing with it. When you first take it apart, go ahead and wipe it down. We can see how most of that stuff comes off of it. Wipe down the inside track. And you really want to look underneath your latches. That's where a lot of stuff builds up, especially the yarn fuzz. It'll get trapped underneath there. So we want to give that a good wipe down. I even like to, at the shop, use the compressor or compressed air and blow that out with, because that'll get it really clean really fast. I realize not everybody has a compressor at home, but like a can of air for your computer keyboard, do the same thing. So we're going to assemble that back together, and everything that sticks up, we're going to put in a line. Then we're going to put another bead of oil right on the inside of the lip where our cylinder is going to sit. And we'll put our cylinder back in there. We're going to put it right down where the needles are up, out of play. We'll put them down over the top of the V-cam so that I, God willing, don't throw them everywhere. Get in there. Thank you. And there's 2 ways that I've seen folks do it. You'll see on the cylinder, it has a pin. That pin and the fin on the ribber dial, that's part of your timing and setting up your machine to rib. Folks will put it either in the front or in the back. Not sure what the purpose in the back is. I've never knitted that way myself. I'm just used to having it in the front. By age, by time, we've got used to that. Put it in the front, we'll put our screw in the bottom, just kind of twist the cylinder a little bit until we feel it slide up in that hole. Then snug them up. And at any point in time, when you get the screws tight, if nothing moves, take it all apart and do it again, because we got something kinked in there. I do not like flathead screws. Well, got it back together. We'll drop our needles back down so they're all in play. Then, like we talked about before, just take a bead all the way around the needle butts and in between your cylinder and your ring gear. Putting it on now because I wiped it all off. Just make a couple, 3 or 4 rounds. Now kind of work it all in, and it will drip. It will drip afterwards because we just put so much more oil on it. That's why we say put a towel down. And we know we got that lubricated up. We already did that. So drop that back in place. Tighten it up. And now we're back together. That's all there is to doing it. Not a whole lot.
No oil on the spring?
Don't need to.
Somebody told me that, well, the needles are going up and down.
Yeah, well, the cylinder is also impregnated with, I forgot what's called it now. Dry lube with, whatever it's called, with a dry lube. So you should not need to. If you've got an old cylinder that is very shiny, which we didn't put out very many of them like that till we started anodizing them. You can certainly, and I do it sometimes at the shop when I feel like it's knitting really stiff and it's hard to move. Then you can put a drop across the top of it, but you shouldn't have to do it every time. Not at all, because the cylinder is impregnated with a lubricant, so it should take care of it. Yes, ma'am.
So, I mean, this is the thing in the maintenance, but what about like the can spring that I had to bring my old, because I didn't know how to change that.
The cam springs, they by no means do they need lubrication. You know, anything like that, replacing them, that's a whole nother ball of wax.
To bring into you, or is that something we could do on our own?
You can do it on your own, absolutely. I highly recommend to anyone that's going to do it to find a pair of pliers that are small tipped, like those are. They're needle nose pliers. They don't have to be curved. I just really like the curved ones. But small tip needle nose pliers like that, to put it in, we actually have a video out on YouTube, I believe it is, that explains to you how to do that. And you have to remember with those little springs, they're not super strong. And that's, in my opinion, that and the cylinder spring are the 2 wearable products on the machine. The rest of them won't wear like that, but springs wear out. And they could wear out tomorrow, could last 5 years. It depends on how much you use it, how rough you are with it. Because I've put springs on and broke them putting them on just because I was not being careful enough with it. But they should last.
Is it just a regular wire gauge?
That is actually it's a combination between brass and bronze. Because the brass gives it rigidity and it gives them some springiness, and the bronze makes it pliable enough that we can manipulate it and build them. And we get it in a spool, and we make these springs ourselves on our little fancy fixture we have at the shop.
So if we needed one and we weren't here, we could.
Call the shop and tell Kim.
They'll mail it to you, because that's what happened to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
Right, you know.
Yeah. And Pete, but feel free to talk to Pete. He does his own springs and puts them on people for him too. He does something that's beyond my knowledge with it. He twists it around a bunch and sticks it in the hole. Not sure how he does it, but it works. You know, Pete is by far the expert. So I'm not arguing with him on anything. Just don't tell him I said that.
Got it.
Any other questions? No. Well, that's it for us.
No other maintenance that you can think of.
There's not a whole lot. Yeah, there is not a whole lot. Just like anything else, takes time with it. I appreciate you coming. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Oh, crap. You messed up one problem, I spent. It's a little more working.
Have you been able to print out something?
Yeah, some of the videos I mentioned. I just ordered mine today, but I have to wait.
Oh.
Thank you for coming here. I am Sam, and I've got, just something else we can make with the tube. So it's called Dream Sleeves. And actually, my friend George, right over there, he said, ask if I could make something like when you sleep at night, the arm gets cold. If you want to sleep in your t-shirts, sometimes your arms get cold. Hey, heck yeah, we can come up with something for that. So thought of all the different ways to do it, and this is what I've come up with for you. I will have a pattern for you. I'm purposely not giving it to you right now because there are two different versions of this. They're identical except for the numbers. One is for the Bumblebee and one is for the Speedster. You got it? So rather than people, I'm doing something and they go, hey, well, that's all right. Just enjoy. And I will give you the pattern at the end. Okay, let me show you a sample. This is knit on, well, doesn't matter right now, but you kind of see how this is. Okay, so I got two sleeves, right? Now, the big conundrum, and if I preach too much, just tell me to knock it off. I didn't want to have a flat fabric on the back. I just wanted to avoid it. So this avoided it. I'm not going to sit here and knit the entire thing for you because you all know how to do it. It's mostly how it goes together. Okay, but so you've obviously got a sleeve here that's going to work. And then this goes across your back, holds the sleeves up, and then you got the other one. If you want to wear it, I don't know. But anyway, that's the sample. This, I'm sure she would. This is knit on the yarn they have up at the desk. I think this is Echoes. It knitted up very nicely. Okay, very nicely. I'm not going to pass it around because it'll distract you. You can tell I taught junior high, right? Okay. All right, let me see. I got to work off notes here. Gave you the intro, showed the sample. Not going to make the entire thing. Your numbers will vary. All right, so this comes in three parts. Obviously, you have a sleeve, you have the back, and then you have the other sleeve. These sleeves were made by with ribbing. Okay, you can do that. Yesterday, just thought I'd go ahead and hang a hem. It's fun. You could have tightened the tension up right there if you want to, make it different, but just whatever you want to do. Sometimes, our ribber is not nice to us. So hanging a hem was nice yesterday. These are the three pieces that were actually made on the Bumblebee. So, I'm sorry, Speedster. There's the back. There's a sleeve. There's a sleeve. And the thing I struggled with when I was trying to think of this, I was like, I know how to rib and go this way, and I can make the panel, but how am I going to go this way and then rib at the end? And it just hit me. Duh, make two sleeves and put them together. And that was about 6 weeks in. So I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to show you how to block this. You want me to do that now or show you how the thing goes together? How about, who votes choice A?
It's not even 4 o'clock.
Who votes choice B?
That's how you make it first.
And who votes C? C is a surprise. Nobody. Okay, we're going to show you how to make it first. All right, here we go. Is it not time to start?
No, it's 3:57.
Oh, okay. Well, you visit quietly and we'll start over here again if somebody else comes in. Oopsie. Daryl started early too, didn't he? I thought he did. Okay, we're going with it. We're going with it. Okay, I'm going to read the directions that you don't have and you will have. You want them. Gauge is really important. I know we hate that word. Please don't run out. But if you want it to be the right size, just take a little time and do some gauge. Okay. And I got just some samples. I think I got 40 rows per inch. And when I got that, I was happy. I had to go really loose with it. Okay. And that's my little gauge swatch. That way I know it's X number of inches. When I knit this many rows, this sleeve is going to be long enough. It's not going to be a surprise. So that's in here and it kind of tells you how to do that. What I did was 11 millimeters on the Bumblebee. If you measure that way, it's 11 millimeters down from the, what I wrote? It's from this thing to this thing. It's basically as loose as it'll go. Got it? Speedster can actually go a little bit looser and you'll be surprised. Okay. So you're gonna knit the sleeves. That's step one. I've got a sleeve here done. I've got a sleeve here that is almost done. So I'm gonna go to 150 rows. Don't worry about that number. It's all in your directions. And please, nobody turned this, did they? Okay. Here we go. Okay. Anybody want to sing a song, do anything, or just like watching this? Okay. There we go. Very beautiful. Slow down, so I'll be done when you're done. And go for a repeat. We're almost there. There we go. And okay, here is tip number one that is very, very important. Doesn't have to be done, but it's going to make putting this together so much easier. I'm going to put little markers right on my half marks. Okay. And all it is, you know, something I found on the floor. We got the half mark. I'm a little nervous, so I'm shaky, and I have had a lot of coffee. At home, I drink coffee till the pot's gone. The pot never runs out. So you know what I'm feeling right now. Okay, I got that. Okay, that one. Yeah. I didn't drink the coffee. I didn't drink the whole, whatever that is. Okay, see, I got that little marker there. Right on either side of the half mark. Don't need them both, but when we go to put it together, you're going to see what happens. One's going to work and one isn't, so you just do the one that works. Okay, I'm going to go here. Put over here on either side of the half mark. This, you're going to be happy with this part. Really, when you go to put it together, you're going to see. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and leave a long tail. That is the next tip. How long? Really long. Just long. Okay. Go here. And we know this. And drop it in. This yarn is Joe Jagger spun. I don't think we can really get that anymore. Really slippery. It's really nice, but sometimes, boy, it'll just surprise you and fall off because it's waxed. Really nice though. Okay, now I'm going to obviously go with waste yarn, and I'm going to go with about 15 rows. It's kind of a lot, but you'll see why later. Oh, this is not a slotted yarn carrier. And I am full of coffee. Okay. They all know how to do this, but it's good, right? It's beautiful. All right, fingers crossed. Put your mouth to God's ear. This doesn't fall off, because if it does, it's okay. Okay, hold your mouth like this. Okay, we did it. And boom. Okay. That should be good. All right, you know what I'm going to do, right? Take off of there. On my Bumblebee here, this is the 90. On the Speedster, I used 72, which is okay. All right, so this is kind of done for now. We can just put it up to the side. You saw how that worked. The trick is leaving the long tails, and the other trick is to put those little half markers. Okay, so I'm going to take my tube, which I got here, and I'm going to show you, I'm going to read you the directions, and you're going to just want to get up and walk out, and then I'm going to say, look, just look at here. I'll just tell you, but here's the words for it. Line up the markers on the end of one of the sleeves with the end of one side of the back panel, the tube. Use one of the long tails, remember the big long tails, to sew the edge of the tube 2 layers closed while sewing the back half of the sleeve to the 2 layers. You'll be sewing through three segments. That word. Yes. Make sure that the back tube is sewn shut and only the back half of the sleeve is sewn down. Use the remaining long tail to finish the remaining front of the sleeve with a back stitch bind off. Can you get this on the camera right here? This, if you can just like get behind me, and because like from this angle, because that's where they would. Yes. Okay, there's my back panel. I'm holding them together. Nice contrasting waist yarn. Do you see all the little stitches there? All I'm doing is getting this right there. Okay, I can probably do it 1 or 2, but you know the coffee. Can you see me from here? Okay. Is it showing up? Okay. Yay. Those little red markers told me exactly where to put it. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
And I know. And 6 weeks.
Sometimes their brain catches up.
I know. And it hit me with a mouthful of food too at the table. And, whoa. Okay. See this? I got the 2. Yes. Hey, that's fun. It's really big. Okay. And then I got this one right here. And I'm just going through. I'm not worrying too much about it. Boom. How tight? Just medium.
Tight enough.
Yeah. If it's too tight, don't do it that tight next time. Besides that, you're going to sleep in them. Okay. I'll do another one. Boom. 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 And this yarn is really nice. A lot of times it really fights you, but this stuff is slick. Okay. Do you see that? Now, I don't need to go all the way out on the other side, right? Okay. So when we're done, wait, I gotta stop looking up there. I'm gonna fall over. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Don't let me do that again. Okay. This is gonna be sewn shut, but don't take this on yet because that's the fun part. This is gonna be sewn to it, and all this stuff's gonna be bundled up back there, but it's really fun to pull that off when you're done. This here, all you're gonna do, remember we leave long tails everywhere. I should have a long tail somewhere. If it's not in here, it should be there. I'm going to pull this long tail out and use it to backstitch bind off that, or however you want to do it. Does it make sense? Okay, let me show you the sample again so you can see it in real life. The really fun part is pulling all that out.
Yep.
It just is.
Let the yarn pull it out of that.
Yes. Okay, so that's where I did all that sewing together. This is not flat fabric. It's not going to go anywhere. It's a tube. You could put something in there, but it's in there for a while. And then this is backstitch bind off. And I thought, of course, the other thing is fighting the roll. The roll is perfect there. That's exactly what you want there. It's just rolling back out of your way. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what questions do you have? Okay, let me see. Yes. Now that you've seen that, let me read. Now that you've seen that, I didn't say now that you've seen that. Do you understand the difference?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't mess that up. Okay, let me read these directions again and see if they make sense. Line up the markers on the ends of one of the sleeves with the end of, line up the markers on the end of one of the sleeves with the end of one side of the back panel, the tube. Use one of the long tails to sew the edge of the tube 2 layers closed while sewing the back half of the sleeve into the 2 layers. You will be sewing through 3 thicknesses. Does that make sense now? Okay. Weave in ends, repeat for the other side. Let me show you how to make the speedster work. I brought the bumblebee because I have it, and you know, there's not a whole lot I found out to do with it yet, but there's that. Okay. We need to see this again. So we know that. The sleeve that you just watched me make is going to go here. It's got the hung hem. This one did turn out a little bit shorter. I'm just saying that that's how I wanted it. So the sleeves come to here. So whatever we call those, that's what they are. But there we go. What are you sleeping in tonight? My 3/4 length sleeping sleeves, and I don't know what else. We'll figure something out. Okay. Here we go. Oh, pooey. We're gonna have to sing again. I gotta wait for the iron to heat up. Bruce, go ahead. Weren't you the singer? Okay.
I know.
So those are made by the speedster.
Mm-hmm. So can you come over here again? I don't do close-ups this late in the day. Sorry. It's just there you go. And see, somebody pointed out we had the 2 markers. When you go to mark, obviously I'm going to be able to take out the ones closest together, but sometimes when you get to the other end, it's a little, and you'll figure out when you get there, oh, that one's not going to work because these, it's similar to a twist or a G-wop.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Got it? Yeah, if it gets, because obviously you know this twist, and tomorrow if you take my Thai class, I hope you do, because that's really, really easy and it's really fun. And you're going to be very popular with people. Where was I going? Oh, yeah. When you get to the other end, you'll be glad that you have the 2 because you'll figure it out. I'm teaching you away from me, right? Does that make sense? Okay, here's how we make this work. My blockers, if you remember from last year, good old poster board. You're just going to stretch this out. So see? Yeah. That's plain old knit, and it's at the speedster. If you have a speedster, it is all the way down, and that it's as down as you can, you know, push it. And it happened to be, I think, 13 millimeters for the top. So it's actually knitting a lot looser than that thing. I mean, the bumblebee, I don't know why I didn't call by its name. Okay, I'm going to go here just to be professional. I'll go ahead and do both ends, and we will use our little blockers, our little markers. There they are. I'm just going to judge them. I thought I made that word up, but then, no. No, I'm sorry. I know, it was a long time ago I thought I did. Okay, obviously we've got a spiral and it's going to be twisted, but I'm just going to force it. I'm just going to force it using my little markers. It's not going to hurt anything. Okay, now my markers are right there. And then just good old steam. From the iron. Because I got a gauge swatch on this, I know what I'm going to get lengthwise, so I don't need to stretch it this way, that way, and I'm simply stretching it this way. But it also, I'm going to show you what happens. I'm glad I just thought of that, even though it was all you, it wasn't me. Hot steam. I love the smell of yarn when it's steamy. It just smells, I don't know, smells good. Oh, this is not the wax kind. Okay, this is the stuff. I call it Jamie yarn. This is stuff we get from CSM, wherever. CSM. All right, I'm gonna let that sit. I'm gonna show you the before and after on. Oopsie, okay. Okay, here's the before and after of it, of the blocking. So that's what it steamed. I got, I got about another inch or more, which we needed that. Got it? I don't want those sleeves too tight. This is just normal. Got it? So this, you're gonna let it sit for a while and then do the steps. So let me read the thing to you one more time. I got a review and then I'll let you go. Okay, you ready? Okay. And it's so weird that you're listening. I have not had to redirect anyone. No, that's, 7th and 8th. Ooh, I lived through it. I loved it, but okay, here we go. Oh yeah, I didn't hear that before. Okay, so the gauge, I got Bumblebee version and I've got Speedster. Does it matter? Okay, I'll leave it out, the numbers. Okay, you're gonna get your gauge, which I said, which is 40 rows. And if you have these machines, I did your gauge. If not, you'll get close. Got it? Okay, the sleeves, you're gonna cast on with waste yarn. You're gonna do a 1x1 rib. I would suggest, and it's in here, that for that ribbing, you could tighten it down a little bit. Otherwise, your ribbing could be too big, just to make it look nice. You could do a hung hem, whatever, it's your world. And then you're gonna add your project yarn and knit all your rows. Okay, I think I did 1x1 for 30 rows or whatever I usually do. And then you're gonna add your markers. It's very important. And always add a long tail whenever possible for any reason whatsoever. Long tail, it'll be there and you're like, oh, glad that's there. Because we can do without it, but that's not fun. Let me see, step 3. You're gonna knit your numbers or your rows. I have numbers here, but you do what you want. Obviously, you can add rows if you want longer sleeves. I believe I put that in there, but sorry about that. You put your markers at the 3 o'clock and the 9 o'clock. 4 scraps total. Anytime you're going to go on or off, put a marker. And if you don't need it, then you don't need it. Then you assemble it like I showed you. Okay, what questions do you have? Come on, something.
You were very clear.
Was it? Okay. Hang on just a second. I got to get a drink of water.
On website?
Yes. No, it's that spa water stuff. That's good. I always think I'll do that when I get home, and then I just never do. Okay, here's what I have. Now, don't stampede me. I have, I think, 10 of each. But if you don't get one of these, Grayson said it's somewhere. I know what she said. Okay, I have 9 of these because Grayson said that she could make copies. Okay, but they won't be colored like this. Okay. Exactly, but I want.
It's not very welcome.
Okay, hang on. There's the Bumblebee ones. Where's the Speedster ones? Oh. Hey, George. Oh. All right. You're done. But what do you want to do with? How do you want to? Just want to fight?
No, she's gonna make
Oh.
copies.
Oh. Okay, you're gonna make more copies. Yes. Okay, you're getting one of each, and then after this,
I'll make copies.
okay, they're gonna come see you.
If someone does it with bell sleeves, show me. Wouldn't that be pretty, bell sleeves? Yeah, it would be. They're gonna come see you, Sam. I'll just give them to you.
Okay.
Have to ask you to find us before you started increasing.
Okay, if you didn't get one, she said she's gonna bring them to